Yay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Morning,
Hello,
Wells.
welcome. Come on in. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Hi, come on in. Welcome. I think we are ready. We just take a peek. Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Fall 2024 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you for being here. I am Dabster Valenzuela. I'm the Art Direction Professor at the University of Advancing Technology. I appreciate you being here to celebrate our students' accomplishments. Thank you to those of you that are joining us via Zoom. Please make sure that your audio and your cameras are off so that way we don't have disruptions during the presentations. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the Student Innovation Project, what we refer to as SIP, students are tasked with identifying a problem, a gap in the marketplace, an ineffective tool or an insufficient process, an expensive product, or a broken system in order to ideate a solution that is better, faster, less expensive, or completely disrupts the segment of an industry. Each of our students today had to pitch an idea to their subject matter experts for approval, and upon approval, the students proceed with documentation and then execute a minimal viable prototype, which is what you'll see today. Now, keep in mind that this is an arduous process that can take weeks, if not years, to complete. And before we get started, I do want to express my deepest gratitude to those of you that have helped to make this event possible. So thank you to Dr. Bowman and the entire leadership team for their support, to IT for always being there, and for Cafe for providing the catering, as well as all of the subject matter experts that have helped each of these presentations come to light. The subject matter experts help our students through mentorship and through the series of rounds that the students have to present their progress to ensure that they have a complete MVP ready for today. So we're very, very proud of each of the students' accomplishments. We have 26 students presenting today. So I also ask that you please check your cell phones to make sure that they're on silent. And should you need to step out, please make sure that you do so when the student has been seated, so that way it doesn't disrupt the agenda. We also ask that if you have any questions, if you're joining us via Zoom, to please ask it through the chat, because the questions in the audience are specifically to the subject matter experts. And again, we definitely encourage you to provide your input via Zoom. The link is also available. Throughout today's events, we also have a morning break, lunch break, and afternoon break. So that way we go through all 26 presentations. They should go through about 3:30, 4 o'clock. And this encompasses all of our degree programs. So I also want to express a big gratitude to Derek Clark, who's administrating the SIP Showcase via Zoom. So thank you, Derek, for all of your support, and to Tyler to ensure that everything is running smoothly today. Another thing that I want to point out about the SIP Showcase is what makes us incredibly different from any other university is oftentimes when these students graduate and they go on to their professional careers, they'll inevitably be in an interview where they'll be asked, can you please explain a difficult or challenging experience and how did you overcome it? And SIP is a perfect answer for that. And it's also very uniquely different from any other university because unlike other schools where you do have to create a final project, at UAT, you have to innovate. You have to prove innovation. And you also have to prove to your subject matter experts that prior art existed. That means that they conduct the research to find out what is in the marketplace so that way they can distinguish their project from whatever is currently available. So thank you to all of the students for presenting today, and we're very proud of each and every one of you for all of your hard work. And I hope that you are excited to present your projects to your SMEs today. Other than that, does anyone have any questions before we get started? All righty, so we'll begin our presentations with digital marketing, advertising art, business technology, and digital video and tech studies. And we're starting out with Kevin Salgado Reyes, an advertising art major, with his project Technically.
Advertisement. You love it, you hate it. From posters and billboards to television and social media, ads are everywhere. With the average person being exposed to about 4,000 ads every day, nobody has time to process each one. My name is Kevin Salgado Reyes, and I am majoring in advertising arts. And today, I am presenting Technically. Technically is an image recognition app that will use AI to scan advertisement and display missing information. This innovative software will allow users a new way to interact with the products we buy and how we are marketed to. Let's take a look at this ad. What does it show you? A pretty number with a value that people don't know, a convoluted way to display to years, and a bunch of legal text that nobody reads. With it all framing 3 pretty looking cars. What we are missing is a very important figure, the price. This deliberate way of displaying the information allows them to encourage people to learn more about the product, in this case by either going through a dealership or website. This is where Technically comes in. This app allows you to fill in the gap with the click of a button. Let's go back to the ad. Once you open the app, you will open the camera feature, take a photo, and the app will scan and display an in-depth series of information on the screen. In this case, it'll give you short mechanical and performance statistics as well as different configurations of the Toyota Corolla with their respective prices. It will also define an APR, how it works, and give you an external tool to further help the user. Let's say the ad you're looking at is not a still image, but a video. Technically also has a video function where you can record the ad and it will scan and display the information as if it was a still image. But that's not all. For a more observant viewer, you would have noticed another feature, an extension. By enabling this feature, it will allow Technically to work in the background. While you browse the internet, any form of advertisement that graces your screen will be highlighted with this blue border. By tapping this icon, it will display the information as shown before. I know what you guys are thinking. Kevin, there can't be that many ads. So I decided to run an experiment at one of our more popular websites, YouTube. As you can see, we immediately get hit with 3 ads. And as we scroll down, there doesn't seem to be any more ads. So we're just gonna pick a video at random. Let's go with this one. As you can see, we immediately get hit with an ad. This is where YouTube's more popular 1 of 2 ads, where you usually show 2 ads back to back, as well as a little banner that shows of the first ad that shows up. These YouTube ads are not that bad since it's usually a 5-second skip right here. Another ad we see is a Clues paid promotion. That means this video is sponsored. Sponsorships are usually used for content creators so they don't have to rely on ads. And if we scroll through this a little bit, we should be able to find the sponsorship. This one seems to be in the end for this company right here. And lastly, another ad we see from YouTube videos alone is usually a call to action. This is like a end credit scene that most YouTubers will have. They'll have their subscription channel as well as other videos that you can click on so you can see more of their content. So I was not kidding when I said that ads are everywhere. So not even my environment is safe from ads. See that SIP thing? That's an ad. Student registration, also ad. That job board over there, those are ads. And lastly, that TV, that posts an ad every 5 to 10 seconds. Advertisers have been using a variety of tactics to encourage spending, and now you too can look behind the curtain and see what was left out. Because technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Hope the last bit doesn't go against me.
Wonderful job, Kevin. Questions for Kevin? Professor Portillo.
Yeah, great stuff, Kevin. Seeing this project come from like concept to completion, it's just really cool to see. And great job in setting the standard for all advertising art students. I believe you're one of the first to come through the SIP process. So good luck to everyone else that comes through that process. So a couple of things, us being very new in the program, you don't have much to reference off of going into SIP. So tell me a little about how you kind of came up with the idea, how you strategize. And then the second question is, what are your future plans for this project?
Well, when it comes to coming up with SIP, I didn't really have a plan. I kind of just talked about it with one of my classmates because I didn't have any ideas. They mentioned something similar when it comes to like, let's say like fruit products where you like scan a like a nutrition bar, and it would show the information. And I just took that idea and made it into what it is. As for plans, I'm planning to make like a live mock-up, because the furthest I've gone is to going into Figma and just getting that set up. But I was planning to go into Protopie and make it a functional a functional mock-up. But Protopie wasn't really working that well, so I had to scrap that and pretty much display all of it in the video. So from a live mock-up is probably my next step for the project.
Good stuff.
Mr. Frady?
So, so how does it work? Does it use AI? And if so, what AI does it use?
For that part, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know much about AI. Yeah, I don't really know much about AI. I was like, again, I was also planning to get someone involved with this, but I eventually just ran out of time, so I never got past into that part of the SIP.
So,
I will be using AI, but I don't know how far it
the
goes.
stuff you showed it was more of a mock-up?
It was more of a mock-up, yes.
Okay, so it doesn't work yet.
It doesn't work now.
Okay.
Kevin, I do have a question for you. Now that you've learned more about advertisements, does that affect your perception about the marketing industry? And if so, how?
Yeah, what I learned is like it's advertised a lot more invasive than what I originally thought. Like, we all know that ads are literally everywhere. We see them all the time. And yeah, as I showed before, it was about a minute 30-second video of me just going through YouTube, and I already got hit with like 5 ads.
Mhm.
So I think by having a reliable way to get information from advertisements, it will be very useful, because all they show you is what they want you to see. Like the whole APR thing, no one really knows what an APR is. They kind of just expect you to just jump into it and just get a car.
Mhm.
So I think having a proper way to actually learn more from advertisement and the products we buy will be very useful in the future.
Mhm. And I want to point out that I appreciate that you took, the effort to fully understand that advertisements is not just a matter of putting a visual, composition together to promote a message, but that you want to be ethical about the way that you're promoting that message. And I think the more that people are relying on their digital devices to learn about companies and products, that they'll embrace these type of applications that give me a little bit more information, so that way I can make an informed decision. So well done on that. Any other questions for Kevin?
I have one thing.
Sure.
What might be a good idea is like an interim step.
Mhm.
You might want to just have it identify ads and keep track of how many ads you see. Not as much for us, but if a parent has a kid, so they know if they go to some sites and they see a bunch of ads, and the parent will be like, hey, let's move them away from these things. So it'll be because you have 2 steps. You have the ad, identify the ad, and then you have the defining the parts inside the ad or whatever.
Mhm.
I wouldn't even worry about the defining the parts. I would worry about just identifying them and have that show up, because that would be something that would be really useful.
Mhm.
Yeah, in the mock-up, I didn't show this in the video, but I was planning to have a kind of like a little chart that breaks down all the ads you saw. Because if you saw when it shows the information, it had a little icon. I was planning to have some pretty much break that down to like what kind of ads, like say medical, groceries,
Mhm.
apps, all stuff like that. I was planning to have that in the page, but again, I ran out of time, so I had to scrap that. It does show up in the mock-up I have. If you pull up the poster, it shows like a little QR code you can scan, you can look at it. It is still very bare bones, but it is something I was planning to add.
Mhm. And if I could piggyback on Professor Prater's comment, is that just brings to light how incredibly useful this could be for parents where their kids sign up for a social platform like YouTube and they're minors. And so the parent would get this sort of report of the advertisements that were
Like a
given to
receipt.
that minor. Yes. And then the parent can also distinguish between products and services that are not appropriate for minors, provide that to entities like the government, where again, they can instill policies, so that way those companies can be more responsible about the type of ads that they give to specific audiences that are underage.
Yeah.
So I like that idea a lot.
Yeah. It wouldn't be hard. And in fact, you would not even need AI to do this.
Yeah,
You could go through the
it'll just aggregate
HTML.
it.
You could just search the HTML and then actually extract the stuff being sent to your browser. So it would be easy, slam dunk type
Yes.
deal.
Well, anyone who's interested, please contact me.
Thank you, Kevin. Wonderful job.
One.
All right, next up, we have Ignacio Sebastian Santiago, a digital marketing major with Marketing Your Game Visually.
All right, UAT students, if you're majoring in the game development field, let's say that you have this great innovative idea for a game that you want to show. Let's say that you want to make the next Vampire Survivors, the next Hollow Knight, the next Tunic, and you want to show it to your target audience that you know will really enjoy this game, but the thing is, you don't know how to market it. Well, that can be a problem because the truth is that marketing's everything. Now, let's say that you're scouring through the internet, you're looking at all of these Google resources, but whenever you're looking at it, it feels like you're just looking at a bunch of words. You're looking at SEO, you're looking at the marketing funnel, but again, these are just words for you. They don't really mean anything. So this is an issue that indie game developers are facing nowadays, especially with the next big indie game renaissance that we're going through right now. A lot of indie game developers are trying to develop their passion projects, trying to develop the next big thing, but they don't really know how to market it. Well, I got a solution for that. Hi, my name is Ignacio Sebastian Santiago. I majored in digital film at the New Mexico State University, and I've been enrolled here at UAT studying digital marketing for the last 2 years. I've been editing for 7 years. Throughout that time, I had the opportunity to work on music videos, some small documentaries.
I'm Chris Turry, metal sculptor, live in Corrales, New Mexico. Been doing my sculpting for 10 years now.
Some short films.
Hey, listen, I have a possible homicide.
But the biggest highlight of my student career was being able to work as an assistant trailer editor for The Long Dark and Tunic. That being said, both my experience, my love, and passion for the indie game industry have helped me develop this SIP project. This project focuses on providing the user with an interactive class layout and lessons on the 2 pillars of marketing: social media marketing and trailer editing. All of the content that you see here on screen has been developed with a mix of Wix's website editor, Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop, and Adobe Premiere Pro. The information presented in the lessons was developed thanks to the experience that I had working for some time in the indie game industry as a trailer editor, as well as looking at a lot of resources online, and as well with the thanks of my fellow colleagues Derek Liu and Chris Sikowski, who have a vast amount of knowledge in the indie game industry. This class focuses on providing indie game developers with an interactive experience, where it feels like I'm actually talking to them, explaining to them the steps that they need to go through, and it doesn't feel like I'm talking at them. This is something that most of the competition doesn't really focus on, so this is where I feel like I have a leg up. So here's a quick example. It's structured in a way that's supposed to excite your audience. It's supposed to like really convince them to go buy that game right now, and this is supposed to release alongside your game, so there's that. That's why we call it the launch trailer. Okay, so there are some different routes your launch trailer can take. Like I mentioned earlier, sum up all the gameplay and story ideas you've pitched so far into one trailer, or try and do something different, like a live action trailer or an animated short film to go along with your trailer, like, or gameplay trailer, or hell, maybe combine both of those ideas together. For example, there's the Call to the Lamb trailer. The reason for this is so you can save some of that material later down the line when you're doing your game's marketing. Also, there might not be much to show of your game at the moment, or it might not be in a playable state. This is why a lot of AAA games announce their games with flashy cinematic trailers. So how much of your game should you show? Well, it depends on how much of your game there is to show. For example, a short 1 to 2 hour game will have less to show compared to a 40-hour game. But to quickly sum up, your odd announcement trailer should give your target market a unique, simple, and easy to remember takeaway. Like, you play as a goose, causing chaos wherever you go. or explore a dark Catholic world with Souls-like combat. Or take control over a man's legs as he gets through the depressing faces of life. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that quick example, because there's more to it. If you guys want to check out the full video, then I'm going to be dropping a quick link here. So I really want to thank my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, especially for my dad, who has sacrificed a lot for me and my family. He's provided me with the chance to pursue an education and to pursue my dream of digital film and marketing. So if you're watching this right now, Dad, then thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. I want to thank Professor Alan Homes, who has been a great big inspiration and motivation throughout my time here at UET. He also was the first mentor in my digital marketing journey. I want to thank Josh Poole from Poole Marketing for his opportunity at an internship. Lastly, I want to thank Chris Kukowski and Derek Liu, the two big hotshots of the indie game industry when it comes to marketing and trailer editing. I was able to work alongside with them in some gigs. I learned a lot from them, just working with them, talking with them, and if I didn't have that experience, then I really don't know if this SIP project could have been done. Poured my heart and soul into this SIP project because I want to try and make a difference, even if it's just a small one in the indie game industry. I want to tell them like, hey, you don't need to learn this way. You can learn this other way. Especially with today's technology and our ever-evolving short attention spans, I feel like education needs to evolve as we go. I feel like we need to be more interactive. I feel like we need to give students more hands-on experiences because that's how the work field feels nowadays. So yeah, thank you for the time and thank you for the opportunity of presenting.
Sebastian, are you joining us via Zoom?
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Sebastian. Well done.
Thank
I
you.
have a question for you. Now that you've learned a lot throughout the SIP process, what was your biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway. I had to wear a lot of hats during this project, especially throughout the research, the development process, and then the post-production process. The biggest takeaway from this is that everybody learns differently. So as I mentioned in the video, I feel like the sources that we find online, they're not really interactive. Personally, I'm kind of sick and tired of reading articles that span for like 2 pages, and I kind of wish they would give me like the short, quick version of it or like a video to go along with it. But in the marketing process, I learned that something that we also need to consider is how people take in information.
Okay. And I do have a second follow-up question. Because there is so much development in the AI space with Google's Veo and OpenAI Sora, how do you feel about AI-generated trailers versus a creator that makes trailers for himself and their clients?
Great question. Personally, I feel like AI creating trailers is not there yet, maybe. I feel like whenever someone is creating a trailer, they really need to tap into that human emotion, into that that creates excitement, anticipation. And I feel like AI isn't really able to touch into that human aspect. I also feel like if AI would create a trailer, then it would feel like a list, like it's going down through a list of the touch points. Meanwhile, as someone that has more experience in trailer editing, they can go through that list, but it's going to be more interactive. It's going to create a sense of emotion and impact in the end.
That's a great answer. Thank you. Any other questions for Sebastian, Dr. Smith?
Yes, Sebastian, I guess because this is about essentially indie game makers being able to market and build trailers for their advertisement, how are you planning to advertise to get in front of the indie game makers and the people that would be using this?
Yes. So this is something that I plan on using alongside my services as a freelancer. This is something for folks that cannot afford those digital marketing and trailer editing services. I'm trying. If I ever really go along with this in the future, then this is definitely going to have a more competitive pricing compared to some of the other competitors in this field. Um, because generally, um, the thing I like to say is that anyone can edit, but they probably don't have like the know-how. So the goal of this course is to kind of give them a small glimpse into examples and just try and guide them along the course. And something that I would also like to do with this course is to try and encourage them to maybe reach out for my services later down the line as they go down the sales funnel.
All right. Professor Prater?
So one step to help you, that, along this line of marketing, shorter website. Your website is huge. So, you could even make a shorter one and link it up to it, but have a shorter one so people can type it in real quick. I like the idea. It's huge, and this concept is something that our content team here at UAT deals with every day, trying to get information across. And it looks like you did a good job of it.
Thank you.
Questions for Sebastian? Wonderful job, Sebastian. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Skylar Dudash. He's a network security major, but he pitched his idea to business technology.
By 2030, automation could displace millions of jobs, and unfortunately, there is no stopping it, and we must accept that. In fact, it's already happening now as I speak, and it will only get worse as time goes on. Is the next generation truly ready for the future? However, it doesn't have to be all gloom and doom. I am offering a hands-on solution, bringing and empowering families together by teaching critical STEM skills to prepare for tomorrow's challenges today. Hi, my name is Skylar Dudash. I am majoring in network security, and my student innovation project is called Build a PC. It's a retail location designed to be a fun family outing that also teaches important STEM skills. Imagine building a computer, a device you use on a daily basis, with your kid and feeling confident that they will be able to succeed in an AI-driven future. All of this by building a PC without taking it home or messing up your house. Starting with the design, the retail location includes individual cubicles for each family to build the PC. A toolbox will be handed to the customer that has all the tools required for the PC build. I picked out an inexpensive component list for the build to keep the inventory costs down while still ending up with a usable PC. At the same time, I made sure to pick a PC case with a lot of RGB lighting and glass to make the finished project very appealing to children. Each cubicle has video access to instructional videos showing each step of building the PC. At the end of the build, there is a working PC to show the project succeeded, giving the family a sense of accomplishment. People build computers with their kids all the time. How is this idea innovative and different? It's a business designed with an ideal. A business that combines a fun family outing with really important future building in mind. When I researched to see if there was anything like this, my search came up empty-handed. As a business, it was important to first determine if the store could be financially viable. After making a lot of conservative assumptions based on research for new rental businesses, there was a positive outcome. Built into this model is carrying cost for a loan for the business startup and initial inventory. Based on the model of not selling the PC but have it be a building experience, We reuse the components a number of times. That means we have inventory. That inventory needs to be replenished as the components will have a limited lifespan. A large part of the cost associated with the startup is a hefty marketing budget. Since our target market is school-age children, we can ask schools around us to distribute flyers to introduce our store to families. Another part of the marketing budget is the development and upkeep of a store website. I designed a prototype of the website showing some of the details that will be needed. Since this is a business, we want to make sure that we can expand our offerings if we're not keeping the cubicles occupied. We can do that by renting them by the hour to people that want to work on their own computers and electronics. We can also offer alternative workshops based on other tech projects, such as turning a Raspberry Pi into a retro gaming console. The impact of AI on jobs is happening now and is going to continue. We need to future-proof our kids by giving them the skills they need in a fun, family-oriented environment. This makes the future a lot less threatening. Join us, where families don't just learn to build computers. They build the skills to thrive in an AI-driven world. Together, let's empower the next generation, one build at a time. Build a PC, where education meets innovation and fun. Let's build a brighter future together.
Excellent job, Skylar. Questions for Skylar? Dr. Smith.
Nice to see you in person. Very, very well done. I was, I never got a chance to see you like present it in that manner. I love the logo, by the way. The color scheme looks really nice. The layout, really good flow of the presentation. You included the financials, which nobody else in this room is probably going to be doing. I can guarantee that. So I guess my question for you would be, like, you brought up the other potential projects that could go along with the PC portion to it. I guess my first question is, how long would the PC activity be for the family that would sign up for it?
I would say about 2.5 to 3 hours.
And what is the age demographic you were gearing towards?
Ages 8 to 12.
And then my second question is, like, you brought up the possibility of other extensions besides, like, well, along with the Raspberry Pi emulator we talked about. What else do you think or foresee that parents or families could work on in your workshops?
They can also work on robotics builds, small like projects like that.
Very good.
Professor Hinton.
I think it's an absolutely great idea because at any age, it's on a lot of people's bucket list to build their own PC at least once in their lifetime. So what a wonderful idea. Great job.
Thank you.
Like the choice of like visuals of the lights, because that's what my daughter wants. Just it's pretty.
Dr. Bacote.
All day. Hey, Skylar, excellent presentation. Really loved watching the evolution of this project. I'll reiterate these same thoughts. I know that we talked about presenting the financials up front. I think you knocked that out of the park. I would also like to highlight, while the idea and concept was drawn from an opportunity for families to get together, I think it'd also be very meaningful as just a matter of hobby. Like, I want to take a date out. They want to know what I'm about. I want to build a PC. Let's almost like a sip and wine. But with PCs, I love it.
First 3-hour PC build.
So
Nice.
one thing as well, it's great you did the financials. I like that too. The deal though is when you get kids and PCs, you're going to have breakage. Did you count breakage in your financial, and what percentage? What was that? Compared to your revenue.
Yeah, I definitely took that into consideration. So you can definitely reuse the components a number of times before eventually they break. And I would estimate it to be about 20 to 30% will break.
Okay. And lost screws and stuff like that,
Yes,
you're gonna have
of
to
course.
replace all that stuff, especially if you keep it. If they're taking it home, then that's less of a concern, but if you're keeping it, stuff like that's gonna go away. So that 20% is, I mean, it's good, it's healthy, cause then what you don't need to buy again can go into a rainy day fund or something like that. So it's a good idea to reserve, a large amount for breakage, because it's gonna happen to you. You're gonna have bad days, and stuff like that.
It's a good point. Professor Bellinger?
Skylar, really good job on this. I appreciate it. As I wasn't the nerdiest kid in the world, but I think it's cool that for the age range that you're looking at, families with younger kids, it actually gives the younger kids kind of like puts them in the driver's seat for a family night out, which is pretty cool. But I had a practical question for you. I want to know, like, for like a family of 4, what would we be looking at for like a night out?
Price wise.
Yeah, price wise.
Well, if you're planning to not take it home, which I estimate about more than 95% would, it's about, I would estimate, I put on the financials about $90.
So bad.
And if you were to take it home, it'd probably be about 110, 120, something like that.
So just a little bit more, and you can take home the memento,
Yeah.
working memento.
What were you thinking, buddy?
I'll go.
What is the price point in your head you thought it was gonna be?
I would say probably 25 to 30 a person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Plus the wine.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And I feel like for the 2 to 3 hour mark, that's an exceptional value, right?
Yeah.
Greg, we should go on a date.
If somebody takes their daughter out like continuously, that is a cheap outing for that type of activity. I mean, I can't even go to an actual Build-A-Bear without spending $100.
Yeah.
You know,
And you don't get your own bear at the end of it.
Yeah, that takes all 20 minutes of the experience. So you can go higher with that price point, just FYI.
Especially if you take it home,
Yes.
like 250, 300 is probably a good price to take it home.
And Skylar, I want to point something out is when I worked at a tech company, we launched the STEAM Academy for kids ages 8 to 17. And one of the things that we found was even when we had a rebuttal from a parent or a child that would say, why do we need to build a PC where automation will take over or robots will eventually build them? And our answer to that was, it's not so much about building the PC, while that's important, it's the process that you undergo and what you learn and problem solving when you're putting a PC together. So I think it's incredibly important to teach those, analog skills to children, because you don't want to be completely dependent on digital, because otherwise, if vice versa from COVID happens and there is no internet, then how do we build things? So I think it's important for you to point that out. And I also want to just appreciate your hard work. You're my sleeping giant. It's like you're a student that just locks themselves out, does the work, and then just puts on a wonderful presentation. So thank you so much for all of your efforts. Wonderful job.
Thank you, Tyler. That concludes the first portion with digital marketing, advertising, art, and business technology, and what a wonderful way to start the SIP showcase. Now we move on to game art, game design, and game programming and virtual reality. Our next presenter is Caitlin Moeller, a VR online student with DFSA Fear-Based Horror Game.
Imagine loved ones handing you gifts. They note your positive, negative, and indifferent reactions. Next time, they know how to make you the happiest. What if you played a game that optimizes scares using the same concept? Hello, I'm Caitlin Ash Moeller. I created dynamic fear and subgenre algorithms. My project relies on the player triggering fear events and producing fear responses. Fear events are spider, lightning, and syringe triggers. Spider and syringe events are visual. Lightning is an audio event. Fear events correlate to common human fears. Fear responses are player movements, mouse movements, and left mouse clicks. During fear events, algorithms record player-environment interactions. If the interaction is significant, the algorithm will trigger fear responses. If the interaction is significant, the algorithm will trigger fear responses. Fear responses are player movements, mouse movements, and left mouse clicks. During fear events, algorithms record player-environment interactions. Designated values increase one fear and subgenre score. The highest scoring fear event is what the player will encounter in the game's result level. Interaction types determine if the player's result level will be a house or maze. Psychological and survival horror are common subgenres. The house represents psychological horror. Survival horror is represented by the maze. The following video demonstrates the fear event and response relationship. The UI displays 5 scores. The top 3 scores, lightning, needle, and spider, indicate fear events. The bottom 2 scores, psychological and survival, indicate fear responses. If I go over here, the lightning, my mouse, the lightning event is triggered, causing points to go up, and a psychological fear response, the mouse movement, causes the psychological score to go up. Now I'm going to do that with spider and survival, which is the left mouse click. Spider and survival go up. Demonstrate this with the needle too. So needle and survivor go up. Then I can play the game as normal. And if I step on the trigger and do not respond, the fear event will go up, but none of the fear responses, since I did not demonstrate a fear response, but I triggered a fear event. Like any other game, I can solve simple puzzles. I can go into this teleporter, which based on the scores, I should encounter spiders and be in the survival maze room. So I can walk around and do any possible puzzles that may be in the way. So the spider's triggered. So now this puzzle is solved, which should activate one of the doors. If I just explore for a little bit, if I go over here, the needle, psychological, and survival scores will not activate because there's no fear response to be triggered, as well as the needle event is deactivated. Thank you for watching. A horror game demonstrates experience personalization. While any game can benefit from my project, horror is the focus. Horror can greatly benefit from custom experiences. Fear events activate the innovation. A priority system determines player interaction importance. The game tracks player movements, mouse movements, and left mouse clicks. Movements check initial and final distances. Clicks check the player's reaction time. Fear responses are recorded as subgenre scores. In-game procedures, known as algorithms, create uniquely fun experiences. Outside of horror and video games, people create items tailored to loved ones. Personalization is the next step in modern interactive media. As I developed my project, I learned many skills and processes. Years ago, I used the Unreal 4 engine with little knowledge. I designed digital paper maps to plan the game's layout. Although general structures remain the same, I removed unnecessary complexities. Height was the fear event I removed to simplify processes. Initial level designs became the final forms to increase the game's efficiency. Blueprint visual scripting allows efficient game logic implementation without syntax worries. When you want to make someone happy, simply pay attention. Craft something unique. A close relationship will develop. If you want to develop a unique relationship with horror, play my game.
Caitlin is one of our online students. Caitlin, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, are there any comments for Caitlin? Professor.
Good job, Caitlin. I've had you in a bunch of classes. I know you work hard on all the content that you create. I remember seeing the beginning of this and wondering where you're gonna go with it, because I play a lot of survival horror games. And I know, like, in general, right, a lot of them don't really keep track of anything that the player's doing and then create a fear factor, so to speak, with the data that is recorded. I think you can even go further than what you have, because right now you were basically saying that it's all based on mouse, right? So whether the mouse moves, whether you click a button because you're like freaking out or something like that. But I think obviously you can go in with, you know, a camera as well, facial recognition, because people react differently over fear. And I think that would really help. Now, you're not here, but I would have asked you a question in regards to your play testing. I think that kind of stuff is very important as well, to know, like, if you had a lot of experience having other people actually jump in the game and see if it actually works. The other thing is, I know you're probably showing each one of those factors on the sides, but obviously I think that's one of those things with those numbers will probably be hidden in the real game. I think you're just showing it for SIP purposes so that the player doesn't know what they're supposed to be afraid of or whatever. It's just kind of happening in the background. They call that the shadow mechanic. But in general, good job. I thought that was very creative usage of taking survival horror to a different level that we just don't see in modern games. So good job.
Any other comments? I did notice a comment on Zoom that this would potentially be helpful for PTSD or phobias. That would be an interesting one, especially for like insects and bugs.
I also saw Sharon was afraid of the lightning.
One other thing too that would add interest as well. When I have my trike and I ride it at night or early in the morning, I don't have the light always on, it's blinking. So to have a flash, have your flashlight flashing like once a second for on for 300 milliseconds, off for 700, or even on for half a second, off for half a second, then that really can add for like jump scares and stuff, because there's nothing there when the light's on, light goes off, light comes back on, and all of a sudden there's something in front of you. That would really do a good job in driving fear.
Especially George's face.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. All right. Next up, we have Dante Bush, a DV major that pitched her project to game design with AI character interaction.
Hello, my name is Dante Bush, and this is the presentation for the SIP project AI Character Interaction. I am majoring in digital video. Before I get started, I want to give a quick shout out to Monique Barrios for doing the amazing hero art in this game. Choice-based games are a genre of game where the player can pick between pre-written options at certain points in a story. These will lead the player on different paths to different endings. These games can range from simple visual novels to cinematic stories with cutscenes. A choice could be very difficult to make. Or you could pick an option that would completely differ from what you expected.
What, David? Time for you to open your eyes. Kate's gonna leave your ass.
These choices could be close to what you might want to say, but they will never be your exact words. Imagine just how interactive a game could be if you could type out whatever you wanted. That's why I created my SIP project AI Character Interaction. This project is an innovative character AI chat room that uses AI to influence a story by analyzing the data gathered. This changes how the characters act and how you talk to them to influence the ending of a story. Before I started my project, I was looking into a website called Character AI. This website allows people to create whatever character they want, and then people can chat with them. When done well, it feels like you are talking to a real person. I decided to incorporate this into my project. When developing my project, I was heavily inspired by games like Mystic Messenger. This game was a visual novel that played as a fake chat room. It felt like you were texting the characters, but you never got to type your options. It would also switch to the standard visual novel format whenever the player character physically interacted with the other characters. I created the visual novel parts of the game in RenPy and the chat room part of the game in Character AI. I recorded and edited the footage together to demonstrate what this mechanic could look like if fully implemented. The way the game plays is that you start by reading an intro in a visual novel format. After getting a better idea of the story and what is going on in the game, it would then switch you over to the chat room. Here, you could type out whatever you want to say to the character and influence them to make whatever choice you would prefer. Once the choice is decided, it would then switch back to the visual novel and continue it down the path that you have chosen. The general premise of this specific game demo is that you are a hero's guy in the chair. You are in charge of watching cameras and analyzing the settings on your computer to assist the hero in his mission. The intro focuses on 3 main routes that could be taken: the roof, the window, and the front door. After this intro, the player switches into the chat room, where they are freely able to talk to the hero character. This demo has 4 different endings that the player could end up. The first is going through the roof. The hero starts out the chat by wanting to choose this option, so if the player decides to agree, then it would immediately put you on the roof ending, and the mission would be complete. The second ending is the window. You can convince the hero to go in through the window instead. While looking through this ending, I would like to take a moment to show how the same ending can be reached in different ways. In this first clip, the player calmly tries to convince the hero to go through, claiming that they can cover him. In this second clip, the player jokes around with him more before still convincing him that he could go through the windows. The ability to reach the same ending in different ways makes the game more unique and interactive for each player. This also adds to the replayability because you can pick the same option but still get a different experience every time you play it. The third ending is the guns blazing ending. When players are given the freedom to do whatever they want, they don't always choose the smartest options. Here, a player convinces the hero to charge through the front door. Now, the hero obviously thinks this is a bad idea, but if you talk with him long enough, he can be convinced to take this route. After being convinced to take this route, the hero is unable to take on all the enemies at the front, and the mission fails. The final end is the general bad ending. It would be hard to make a game if there was an ending for all of the infinite possibilities that a player might make. I realized that I needed this ending when playtesting. Here, a player takes a unique approach and tries to guilt trip the guards into letting the hero in by making the hero cry in front of them. Since this doesn't line up with any of the 3 main routes the hero could take, this puts them into the general bad end where the hero tries the idea, but it fails. This demo here is just the beginning of how this mechanic could be used. This could be implemented in more ways to help make NPC interactions more immersive and give more replayability to other games, since the AI will respond differently each time. I hope to eventually continue working on this project and develop a more intricate story that could really utilize this mechanic to its fullest potential. Thank you all for taking the time to watch this presentation.
Great job, Dante. Questions, Professor Margaret?
All right, awesome work. As always, I've seen you work from the beginning till now. But I know when it comes to the AI stuff, I think you mentioned a little bit about it in there. But AI, it can go any direction. And it's one of those issues that when we decide we're going to create something that gives us lots of choices, right, you have to accommodate for the potential of, as you put it, the infinite choices that a player could make. So with the AI, how do you, get the character to have a certain personality, talk in a certain way, right? And then B, how do you help control all the possibilities that the player can do so that you can actually create a game out of it, so it just doesn't turn into a chat room with no ending?
So for making the character in Character AI, the way it works is you name the character, it gives you a small section where you can just sort of write out how they should act, and then you give it its first line that it would say before the person can interact with it. So it's really simple to make. And then for keeping it more like a game, I tried to, in the intro of the game, sort of show the player what the different options could be so that they already have that in their head, so they're more likely to go for that rather than try something that wouldn't be like as well thought of.
Like teleport in there.
Yeah.
No, I can't teleport. Yeah. Good.
Other questions?
Hi, is there a possibility that this could be like, let's say, for example, Teaching Charles, where you have to do little missions for the NPCs? Could there be a way that you could implement this in a way where you can actually respond to the NPCs that you talk to?
Yeah, eventually I think that I could do that. It'd be really cool.
Question back there?
You stated in your thesis statement that you wanted for this to be a way for the player to express themselves within the game. However, you're also saying that as you have to program the possibilities within the game, there are still restrictions as far as what the player can and cannot do. What exactly is the self-expression that the player is allowed to have within the game if there is still a necessary limited amount of options that they can take?
The self-expression would be more so that you can sort of get them to choose it in any way that, however you want to say it. You're not limited to whatever the MC or the character that you're playing as would like to talk as. You get to talk as yourself at certain parts and then make those decisions and type out your own responses. So that way it feels more like you're interacting with the character rather than watching someone else interact with the character.
Mhm. Okay. All right, thank you very much, Dante. Well done. All right, next up, we have Morgan Finn, game design major with Shortcut Mechanic.
Listen, I'm tired of going to a class or some kind of online tutorial that's 12 hours long just to spend the first few sessions learning things that I already knew. Sure, if it's a video, I can skip forward a few hours if necessary to get to the good stuff, but I also fear skipping over important information necessary to understand the new content. Regardless of what I do, it always seems like a time sink, so I decided to fix that. Introducing Shortcut Mechanic. I'm Morgan Finn, and my major is game design. Special thank you to Amber Arnold for programming assistance. Shortcut Mechanic is a game that teaches you about Windows shortcuts. The innovation of Shortcut Mechanic is that the game is always looking for missed opportunities in order to give a better learning experience which is catered towards you. In order to be effective, Shortcut Mechanic divides its levels into two categories: simulations and classes. Simulations are meant to gain knowledge of your competency with certain shortcuts before teaching them. They'll have you completing certain tasks in a simulated desktop environment while observing how you do them. Meanwhile, classes are meant to both teach you shortcuts as well as improve upon the ones you already know. They're similar to simulations but act more so as puzzles, restricting certain mechanics such as a right click and teaching you how to use shortcuts by making you get around them. Classes are given to the player based on what they did in previous simulations and classes. We'll go over the specifics for how Shortcut Mechanic gives you levels later, but for now, let's hop into the game. Upon entering Shortcut Mechanic, you're brought into a simulated desktop environment. For the viewing experience of this showcase, I've included a debug window which will show what's happening behind the scenes. After clicking this button on the desktop, Tutobot will open. Tutobot will be here with you every step of the way, giving you tasks, hints, and knowledge of Windows shortcuts as the game goes on. After introducing you to the game and letting you know that you'll be working on broken robots, Tutobot will load the first simulation. After doing so, you'll notice that 3 shortcuts were added to what I call a memory bank. This memory bank is how the game keeps track of the player's knowledge for every shortcut they come across. In this simulation, 3 shortcuts were added to the memory bank: Control-N, Control-Shift-N, and Alt-Up. Each shortcut has 2 values attached to it, a score and a priority. The score represents the player's knowledge of the shortcut on a range from 0 to 500. A score of 0 means they have absolutely no knowledge in this shortcut, while a score of 500 would mean complete mastery. The score will fluctuate as the player plays more levels. Meanwhile, the priority represents how urgent a shortcut needs to be taught on a scale from 1 to 5. A shortcut with a priority of 1 means it's a foundational shortcut that should be taught before learning others. A priority of 3 would represent a shortcut that requires more than just knowledge of what it does. It requires logical and forward thinking to apply it efficiently. Meanwhile, a priority of 5 would represent a shortcut that isn't necessary to learn, but may be nice to know in a few situations. Unlike the score, the priority of a shortcut is set by the designer and never changes. Anyways, meet Bort. He's a little worse for wear, and it's our job to fix him. According to Tutobot, one of his folders is overloaded with too many files. We can fix this by creating a new folder and separating the files between the folders. So let's open up his file directory. Sure enough, there's a lot of files in this folder, so let's get some of them out of here. I'll do so by first dragging half of them higher in the directory. Notice that I lost 100 points for missing an opportunity where I could have used Control-N, which duplicates a window. Then I'll press Control-Shift-N to create a new folder. Since this is a good place to use this shortcut, the game rewarded that shortcut with 100 points. Finally, I'll drag and drop these files into the new folder. Since there were no opportune moments where I used Alt-Up, the game removed 50 points from that shortcut. By the way, Alt-Up sends you one step higher in the file directory. Anyways, now that Bort is fixed, it's time for Shortcut Mechanic to give a level. And there you go. The game gave an entry-level class to teach the shortcut Control-N. Well, why did it do this? After a simulation or class is complete, the game will look through each of the shortcuts in the memory bank and assign them a level value based on a combination of their scores and priority. This graph shows how it's done. Using a combination of a shortcut's score and priority, the game assigns each shortcut a level value. For the previous simulation, the shortcut Control-Shift-N with a score of 200 and a priority of 1 was assigned a level of 4. Meanwhile, Control-N was assigned a level of 3, and Alt-Up was assigned a level of 10. After assigning levels to all of the shortcuts in the memory bank, the game finds which shortcut has the lowest level and recommends a class pertaining to the shortcut in the skill range of its score. Since Control-N had the lowest level, 3, and a score of 0, the game decided to give an entry-level class teaching the shortcut Control-N. With this system, longer the days of time waste and fear of missing information while trying to learn new concepts. Playing Shortcut Mechanic will not only save you time during the learning process, but will also save you up to 64 hours annually, as using Windows shortcuts saves a lot more time than you would think. With this higher productivity, you can have more success as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good job, Morgan. Questions? Kristen.
All right, Morgan, that was actually a good masterclass in both the concept of user experience and systems design. You did really well on both of those and really showing that, to the audience that might not know these kind of things, all the inner workings of what's happening in the background. But again, being that I've worked with you through the entire process, I know you had a lot of struggles in the beginning, figuring out which direction to go and why to go a certain way. So I'd like you to kind of talk about that, like the original, like, oh, I'm going to use Windows. Why we're not going to do that? And so on and so forth. I want to talk about, like, how do you transition from your original idea all the way to get to the point, and then the game engine you chose, why you choose it to create that ultimate tutorial thing at the end?
Yeah, so my initial idea was to basically replicate a game in the actual Windows using like the actual file system. But I obviously don't know how to do that. And also that might feel a little insecure to the user. So I decided to go with a simulated desktop environment, and what better engine to do that in than Godot, which actually has a built-in Windows node. And people such as the KinetoPet and WindowKill have used a lot of window manipulation, so I knew I could do that within Godot. So that's what I landed on. I landed on more user-friendly experience, especially visually and mechanically.
Do you plan on going anywhere with this particular this idea that you have from here? And if you do, what are your plans to go take this further or even publish it?
I would like to. Right now, there's only one one simulation that's designed in the game, but I also have 2 paper maps for classes. And obviously, I need to build more on that. If I were to redo the simulations, I make them a bit longer, because there needs to be more opportunities that the player goes through to get a better idea of their player knowledge and put that in the memory bank. So as they're going on, the game would have a better idea of their score and then more adapt to them, like, personally. So the idea is build more classes, build longer simulations, and also restructure some of the code because I rushed a little bit. So yeah.
Good work. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marquardt. Any other questions? Professor Prager.
Is there a reference to the 64 hours saved?
There's some research that's been done. The number fluctuates, but it's normally around like 30 to 64 hours.
Okay. It would have been nice to put the reference on the slide.
Right.
So, but yeah, cool.
Any other questions? And Morgan, I have a question for you. In hindsight, now that you are done with SIP, what do you think was the toughest part of the journey, and how did you overcome it?
Well, I'm not a programmer, so programming was obviously a big part of it. Coming up with the engine to work in was also a big component, because you have to do a lot of research into each of the engines, right? So landing on that specific one is like, it's kind of hard, right? Because that's the rest of your project. You're working in this one engine, it's a commitment. So coming up with that for sure.
I think it also shows in the results, the commitment pays off. So well done. Thank you.
Say cheese.
All right, next up we have an game design online student, Brandon Leach, with Project Steelboot.
In the dark future, danger lurks at every corner. Bodily augmentation is the only route to survival, yet even that has risks. No doctor around can chip you with these high-tech combat upgrades, I'm afraid. You'll need a steady hand, and the hardware if you want to live. I'm Brandon Leach, and the game designer at UAT, and this is Project Steelboot. Project Steelboot is a codenamed cybernetic implant system for an upcoming Contravania-styled run-and-gun shooter. This shooter aims to be hard, fast, and intense. These upgrades will help the game and the player keep up with the carnage. Project Steelboot has been developed in GameMaker Studio, built off a platformer template created by Bullet Tech on GameMaker Marketplace. The product utilizes a sleek UI library called GUI by Manta Ray on itch.io. These tools assisted on setting the groundwork for the project, allowing the focus to be on the UI system and the cybernetic kiosk installation mechanic. The cybernetic implant system involves the player in a much more crucial and dynamic way than the standard equip system you'll see in most games. The player doesn't simply craft the upgrade or click it to put it on. After all, where's the fun in that? In this game, you're the Slayer and the Surgeon. You'll be implementing these upgrades all by yourself. From double jump legs to rocket launcher arms, the player must carefully drag and install biological, digital, and skeletal chipsets carefully into the matching schematic slots to properly implement the upgrade. Failing to take care in the process will result in broken components, which components are a rarity around these parts. Killing your opposition is the only way to get more. It's not guaranteed they'll have exactly what you're looking for, but it beats the alternative. Not all upgrades are one and done either. Some must be paired to function. Take double jump legs for example. Both legs must be chipped in order to function, or else you're single hopping it. As you can see, these upgrades open up new styles of play, allowing the player to reach areas they previously could not and improve their mobility in dynamic ways, encouraging player optimization. A great example of this in action is the hover legs versus the double jump boots. Double jump increases jump height and allows for more aerial maneuverability, whereas the hover legs increase player speed and overall jump range and time. Both useful, but change up playstyle quite a bit, especially when bullets are flying down your way. Like you can see installed here, the hover legs cause the player to make large bounds, able to jump over their enemies. However, the air time makes them susceptible to damage, meaning the player has to be more careful. Versus the double jump legs you'd seen earlier, where the player can make fast and decisive movements with a little less jump height and a little less distance. Thus, the cycle is complete. Kill, gather, upgrade, the only way to live. This world is a dangerous place, filled with cybernetic outlaws, merciless mechanical constructs, and unforgiving environments. Upgrading yourself and swapping your abilities is the only way you can have a chance to live another day. But do you have the steady hand to even start the process, while also having the drive to kill? Only your actions will tell. This is Project Steelboot.
Brayden is one of our online students. Brayden, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, is there any comments for Brayden? Professor Markwood.
So Brandon, good job. As always, I have you in class right now with advanced level design, but I know you've been working on this. I'll admit, I was pretty shocked with what you were able to create in such a short period of time. I remember going through the idea process and getting into actual application, and to build an entire game from scratch with all the components, to add all that new stuff in there is super impressive. If you were here, I'd ask you questions about your scope, like how do you keep your scope manageable, because it's a very large project for one person. Of course, where are you going to go with this? Because I know you want to keep working on this beyond this point, and just in general, I'm very impressed with what you've been able to create, and I wonder if you actually sleep at all. So great job.
Any other comments? All right, thank you, Brayden. All right, next up, we have Amber Arnold, game design, game programming major, pitched her idea to game design with painting rewards.
Have you ever tried playing a role-playing game and realized there's a lot you have to keep track of? Well, I'm Amber Arnold, and Painting Rewards is trying to help simplify this. By having everything controlled by paint by number rewards, it makes it easier for someone new to learn the flow of a role-playing game. Now, what is paint by numbers and what type of role-playing game? Well, paint by numbers is a lot like a digital coloring book. Many adults who play these types of games are trying to pass the time. They do this because they're easy to understand, relaxing, and can be done while watching a movie. Now, the type of role-playing game I'm talking about is a turn-based game. On the screen, I have examples of what need to be considered before every move. Examples such as a memo of 5 menus, each with as many options of their own, health of every creature on the screen, and the attack turn order. Now, how does Painter Rewards help simplify this? Well, most of these menus get condensed into one easy-to-read screen. If you look at the image on the top, you can see each option and a clue of what area to color in. On the left is the color option, and most of the menu is the coloring board. As you color the board, the picture will begin to reveal itself to you. Here is my functioning prototype. I'm going to start by coloring in the green section on the left. Now if you were to look into the upper right, you can see trees next to a sword on top of a green background. This is to help symbolize that what I'm currently doing is going to become an attack right here in a second. Now I'm going to attack the Fae for about 1/3 of their health. Next they're going to attack me for a sliver, and then the Revenant, the other enemy, will also attack for a sliver. Now while I set up to attack the Revenant, if you were to look in the area I'm currently coloring, you can see that the background is blurry. However, once I finish coloring it, the area will clear out. I did this because it will slowly reveal the image without using too many buttons. Anyone who has played a paint by numbers game would realize that this isn't typically how they look. I made some minor changes to fit with the bigger buttons and to make it easier to recognize what each section does. Now what I'm doing is filling out a defense area. Currently I'm about half health and the next attack is going to hurt for a lot. Right here in a nice long second. Now as you can see, the Fae cannot hurt me, and neither can the Revenant. You can also see some problems I came across while creating this prototype. Next I'm going to use a potion. This will help fill my health up to the max. Now while I clear that out, you can see how the image is slowly revealing itself, showing to be a forest in the woods with a cabin. Now my character is going to do a little dance and get to full health. Then the Fae is going to miss their next attack. However, the Revenant will not. Now as I fill out for the next attack, I'm going to talk about the image. The image is of a cabin in the woods at night. This is to help represent the scenery where the fight is currently taking place. Ideally, the fight would also be at night, but this fight took place at a different time of day. This shows how the image can be used to be related to the area or the fight itself. This is a good place to add in story elements, some Easter eggs, or even some items for the player to find. Now that I have the Fae at low health, I'm going to also bring down the Revenant's health. This is to help prepare for my next attack. I didn't finish off the Fae because I have enough health to withstand the next attack, and I'm preparing a spell that should be able to finish both of them off. Now as we're watching this fight, I'll talk about the different moves this character has. This character has a defense spell, a fire spell, potions, and an attack. Now each option also has a number of times that it can be used. Now here I'm going to do the fire spell. This fire spell should be able to take out both of them all at once and win me the game. As you can see, it did. So I did come across some issues while creating this. The main issue being that no one has ever created such an intensive UI before within the Unreal Engine. Almost all of this right here I had to figure out how to create on my own because there's no tutorials out there for them. And then we have the fact that these are all made out of buttons. Well, buttons cannot be added to an array or a group without a function putting them in there. So each of these are a function helping to put a button within the array. For an example, here is one of the functions. If we were to look at one, so this is the button itself, this is the group that the button is getting added to, and this is the section on the picture that it's getting added to. This helps make it so that we can make the background less blurry and you can actually see it. Now, despite the fact that all of that is helping to prevent each button to have their own little section, own little function and such, I still had to do that for each and every button so that when you clicked on it, it became invisible and you can see behind it. So this was probably the most time-intensive part of this entire project. And before I close out, I'd like to thank Rebecca Carson and Michelle Pena for all of their help, and Flat Icons for having free icons that I can use, all of which will be created on my website. I also like to thank all of you for being here, and I'll leave you with one last question. Wouldn't it be nice if it was easier to get into a new genre of video games?
Wow, Amber, I'm not a gamer specifically, but I am incredibly impressed with the amount of work that went into that. It doesn't take much to appreciate, just the amount of functionality that you had to add to this game. So well done. Questions for Amber, Professor Marklet.
All right, well, double good job, obviously with that SIP and helping Morgan with his SIP as well. Yeah, I actually like the idea that you showed off some of the work you did in the background. I think sometimes it's when we see the end result, we don't know the struggle that got to that point. I mean, the stuff you're showing in there is even beyond me. I'm like, I don't know what's happening, but it looks awesome. So good job with that. Now, the one thing I will say, and this might be tough to answer, but you're talking about two genres that focus on very different people, right? So your paint by numbers genre is going to be super casual. They're not really into like anything crazy as far as mechanics, just mindlessly pushing things, whatever. And then you have, of course, your turn-based RPG people are going to be a little bit more hardcore, really have to understand, kind of plan ahead. How do you justify putting those two genres together, and how do you be able to target, both audiences through that same concept?
Well, for one, with paint by numbers, they're fairly, if you actually think down to the bare bones, the fact that you're filling out an area and it's completing a thing, that can be translated very easily into a turn-based game because you're still clicking buttons so you can do something. So it's fairly simple. For getting people from paint by numbers into a role-playing game, there'll have to be like a lot of steps of tutorials showing like, hey, this is how you do this, and this is how all of that will happen. And probably even find simpler ways of showing that off to them so it's easier for them to understand.
Okay, good.
Professor Portillo.
Yeah, so Mark would actually kind of springboard this question. Have you had the opportunity to have all these play tests with both those target markets, paint by number and role-playing game enthusiasts? If so, what was your response to that? Maybe make improvements on
I have
the product
not had a chance to get actual play testing for that one like that. It is almost to the point of actually being able to get play tested, but there's a couple of minor things need to be added so it can be fully play tested.
Any other questions? I do have one quick question for you. Do you think that being a double major at UAT with game design and game programming has helped you on this particular project?
On this project, yes, made so that I can actually do all of this without having to outsource this or learning a lot more all at once.
And there's a quick question back there.
Do you ever think that there's a way to probably limit the amount of Control C, Control V they have to do for the entire button system?
I looked at so many things. So for the most part, for the buttons, Unreal Engine is not meant to do that. So I had to do that a lot of copying and pasting just because I cannot put the buttons into the array. I tried different ways. It just would not accept it. So I had to do it through the code itself to put it in there.
Must be a nightmare.
I just have a comment.
Dr.
Like the gameplay for that, I don't see it taking paint by numbers people and pushing them into RPG. I just see it incentivizing RPG to appreciate paint by numbers, because you're essentially incentivizing them to do the paint by numbers to achieve skill sets, replenish attacks, instead of a, I guess, pay to play type system or a different incentive based. You're having them create pictures and art. So I think it's a much more interactive way of essentially achieving things without having to pay for it or spend exorbitant amounts of time mining or looking, or however the mechanic is for you to achieve additional skill sets. So I think it's very.
That's a great point. All right. Thank you very much, Amber. Well done.
Skins and skills and paint pictures. That'd be awesome.
All right, we have one more presentation before our lunch break. Our online game design student, Levi Vargas with Scent System.
Close your eyes and try to recall the scent of roses in the wind. Now think of a big yummy turkey leg. Now of your dog after it's been a while since its last bath. What comes to you? You most likely remember these experiences and the related scents playing a huge part in those memories. Now imagine if you were playing a video game where scents played a big role like they do in our lives. A game where your survival depended on your character's scent. What kinds of interactions would that allow? How would that even work? I'm Levi Vargas, and my project, The Scent System, aims to create a new way for players to affect the game world and its characters using the sense of smell in-game. The SIP consists of a playable prototype that features a stated mechanic along with an enemy and an environment. The environment has items that the player can pick up, and there is also a wind current that can be utilized. This project's goal is to introduce a brand new way for players of all kinds to enjoy and experience the game's world in an interesting and unique way never realized before. In this system, most items have a designated scent, most typically consumables or others that make sense like food items. This is constantly emitting into the environment, and there are visual cues that help visualize this. By picking up items or interacting with certain elements, a player can change their own scent, such as carrying 3 or more items of a specific scent will make the player smell like that scent. Carrying three or more different types of items will make you smell bad by default. So you must be very careful with what you carry always, because enemies can then perceive these scents and react differently to them. Every type of enemy has their own types of reactions to different scents. Additionally, if we rethink how a typical inventory functions, we can take this a step further, such as incorporating effect items. These impact how the system works for the player. For example, an item that, like an air freshener, can make it so the amount of items required to acquire a scent increases to, for example, 5. Another effect item could be a container. This container takes up 2 slots in your inventory and can hold a single item inside of it. But the advantage is that this container masks out the scent of the item though. So these two, for example, can help the player create an additional layer of strategy and complexity. More items and mechanics can be created that do similar aspects and revolve around the scent item. The prototype takes advantage of Unity Game Engine's Particle Collider system. This also allowed for the creation of the wind system. The wind system consists of a specified area called a wind region. If any scent-producing object like an item or the player is found within this wind region, the wind current will pick it up and carry it over to the end. Enemies can perceive scents on wind, so be careful with what you carry and where you walk on at all times. This novel and amazing mechanic opens up a wide number of possibilities for gameplay, game design, puzzles, and strategy like never done before. By taking advantage of this underutilized sense, a whole new dimension of strategy and planning can be added. So, whenever you are going on with your day, please stop and smell the roses, because you never know how much it can impact your day. Thanks for your time.
And Levi is our online student. Levi, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay. Comments for Levi. Professor Marquardt.
I feel like every student who's had me as a SIP advisor hates me, and I think Levi's probably in the same boat. But working with him, I'm highly impressed with his ability to do all 3 aspects of game development. He's got game design, game art, and programming all in one. And everything I've seen, whenever I would, watch the videos, I would just be super impressed and blown away with what you've been able to create. I was really wondering where you came up with the idea originally. We always think about this idea of scent and smell-o-vision and things like that, but it's never really ever been implemented in a way that feels right. I remember we were talking about it initially, like how are you going to visually represent that? And I think you did a superb job of creating, a system, particle system and ideas for gameplay to really kind of sell that idea because it's very rarely used, obviously, in gaming in general. And I think you nailed it. It's amazing. Good job.
Professor Watson Davis.
But first things first, great job. I like the anime design. That was kind of cool.
Yeah,
that was cool. But I do like the way you're kind of including the sense. Like once again, what Professor Marco was talking about was kind of impossible, at least for right now, to put like a scent up to your nose and play the game based off of what you smell. But I think this was probably one of the best implementations I could think of it. So once again, great job. But I would like to see like more done with the sense. Like if you have like 3 different items, you're not gonna smell just fine. You're gonna smell like some sort of combination, right? But yeah, maybe just include some more stuff like that. There's all sorts of different smells out there. I know it's just a prototype, but it's just an idea to get you thinking about what to do.
Levi, your project stinks. Great, man.
Professor Prater.
One thing to improve accessibility, you have to be full color in order to play the game. Since someone who's colorblind or partially colorblind, like a red-green, wouldn't be able to play it correctly. So the deal would be to change the shapes that come off the sense as well, or some other manner so you can separate the sense out. And you also might want to change the rate of movement of the sense as well, depending on the item, because some scents tend to move a little faster than others as far as for gameplay. So that might be a couple of things that you might want to consider to open up your game.
Even some scents that tend to linger.
Yep.
That could affect gameplay. And something that Levi, you could consider is games are becoming more immersive, and with haptics, there's feedback mechanisms. So I wouldn't, just put it past a gaming console that can just emit some type of bacon smell if it's like a cooking game.
Don't go down that road. Don't go down that road.
Cooking on would be so great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Any other comments? Dr. Henry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment, excellent work on the idea of using the particle colliders and the particle system with it. I would have phrased it as a question if you were here, but as a comment, since you're not here, the nice thing about that is take a look at how that then interacts with other systems, so that the particle system blowing the grass and moving the leaves and trees would be the same inputs for a designer to use to determine which direction your wind current is going, so that it'd be very easy for designers to blow the grass in the direction that your scent would also blow in using your same system.
Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you very much, Levi.
This concludes the first half of the Student Innovation Project Showcase for Fall of 2024. Now we're going to go to lunch. And also something that I want to bring up is throughout the course of today's presentations, there are awards for 5 categories for the SIP Showcase. There's Best SIP, Best SIP Pitch, Most Market Ready, People's Choice, and Most Creative and Innovative. So please make sure that you are jotting down some notes so that we can pick your People's Choice through our Socrative. We do have a website where you can scan this QR code and you can select your SIP Viewers Choice Award, which will be announced this Friday at our Student Semester Award Ceremony. So again, please enjoy your lunch, and I will see you back here after lunch so that way we can resume the game presentation. Thank you.
No, I haven't. Whoa.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to the Fall 2024 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Again, I'm Debster Valenzuela, the Art Direction Professor at the University of Advancing Technology. This morning, we resumed our SIP Showcase after the presentations from Digital Marketing, Advertising, Art, and Business Technology, and then we also began the game group. So we're going to continue with game art, game design, and game programming, so that way we can see the remainder of the students. But before we do that, I do want to remind everyone that you are able to vote for viewer's choice. If you go to Socrative, there's a QR code and you are able to pick your favorite amongst all of the different presenters from today. We do post the agenda from time to time on the projector, and there's also flyers outside of the rooms, so that way you can see all the different presentations. So we're going to continue on with our presentations for game. Next up, we have an online game art and animation student with Daniel Henry with Artwork.
Ever thought about the difference a subtle visual shift can make on a single area? A dirty room to one that's been newly cleaned. A settled, motionless snow globe versus a recently shaken one. The moonlight casting a pale, dim, deathly light on your surroundings versus the sunlight bringing it back to life. To untrained eyes, it's easy to spot merely the differences and not the similarities, and yet the constants still remain. To artists, one single area can be reimagined in any number of ways. To gamers, a brand new experience. My name is Daniel Henry, and this is my SIP Our Globe, a project built upon the foundational mechanic of two mirroring versions of a world that is one and the same. As the protagonist, you will find yourself working to resolve, piece together a story, and solve puzzles set within a mirroring world, all under the constraint of the Our Globe, a device that combines the ideas of both an hourglass and a snow globe. In doing so, you will retain some form of familiarity between both worlds, yet discovering new differences while on the clock. Taking inspiration from games such as Yume Nikki and other RPG Maker titles, Our Globe finds its identity in its duality of visions, twin worlds, twin protagonists, even twin genres and twin time dilation. Peering through the blinking eye of an unknown entity, the player can experience this for themselves and take control. In Our Globe, you play as a young girl, trapped within her own apartment. The dreary, industrial city scene outside is almost visually unwelcoming in contrast to the vibrancy of your own room. Rain drowns out any semblance of color, and time advances at a standard, realistic speed. Much like the confines of a snow globe, there is little to no escape. Yet, much like the confines of an hourglass, there is always another side. Here, we can see the world has shifted drastically. Time has sped considerably, the room as we knew it only mildly recognizable, and we are taking damage as the time is drained. In her story, this is the means of exploration, solving mysteries and puzzles through accessing a different, neighboring reality. Every interactable object may hold one explanation in the real world, while having a wholly different meaning in the next. Worse yet, it may even cease to exist. Accessing a different reality through diving is a method that comes at a cost. Our Globe's protagonist does not find the tension of losing their life through the traditional means in games, such as traps or enemies. Diving into another reality is a dangerous means of placing yourself in a dimension where you don't belong. It begins to feed on your essence, and just like turning an hourglass, you have to fulfill your missions with haste. By accessing both worlds at a whim, information and clues can be carried over between them freely. Not one side can be completed without the other, and thus it is vital to compare and contrast as much as possible. By reading and concluding meanings behind the story presented in both worlds, puzzles can be pieced together, and an escape may be within reach. Here, the safety of your own room remains your bastion of survivability. No amount of time will dwindle your essence, and clues can be pondered at your own pace. In the beginning, the severance of both worlds is at its peak. Rules within one world won't necessarily convert into the other. Yet the further you dive, the more time spent uncovering the mysteries in the other world, the more they will grow to take on and mold each other's rules into their own. Your own room may no longer be safe, as its own essence is whittled away by the mirroring reality, and the mirror is absorbed further into the real world. Rules that you've come to learn become broken, with new rules placed in their stead. The cycle continues until possibly means of escape to a new set of realities may present itself. Through the conception of the Our Globe, A fresh new spin on RPG Maker style isometric view games becomes apparent. A singular area can be redecorated, transformed into a new, unique experience. In witnessing the sharp contrast of visuals, theme, genre, tone even, between two of a world that is otherwise one and the same, the player will be viewing the world from two different sets of eyes, uncovering mysteries otherwise forever hidden and treading the path to brand new realities. Thank you.
Daniel is our online game art student. Daniel, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay. And FYI, for students that are fully online, it is a consideration to join if they're able to. Otherwise, in-person students are typically here in the flesh. So now we're going to continue on with, actually, I'm sorry, before I continue on with Daniel, are there any comments on Daniel's presentation? All righty, thank you, Daniel, for your work. We're going to continue on with Dylan Muttersbach, game art, game programming, and game design major, who pitched this project to Game Art with Ground Up, the UE Starter Kit.
Game art and animation. I have a very big soft spot for the work that goes into game art and animation, as you'll come to see, and I'm sure many of you do too. I was a part of the first generation to be born into video games, and we've seen advances beyond our comprehension into graphics, ray tracing, and shaders that look better than life. Because of this, we're also the first generation that gets to choose stylization rather than be forced into it. We can date back our graphics on purpose or even design engines to specifically run specific types of dated or stylized graphics. Unfortunately for someone like me, I don't have the time to make my own engine, or really even know where to begin. For game creation, Unreal Engine is my go-to and has been my best friend for years. Unreal, however, has an issue. Built-in lighting systems and natural-made shaders and post-processing that work to make every Unreal game realistic, unfortunately work to make every Unreal game realistic. 2D games are almost impossible to make look beautiful in Unreal due to what I like to call the Unreal feel, the natural, beautiful, almost floaty feeling that Unreal gives to all its games running out of its engine. I love 2D games, but Unreal simply cannot compete with engines where you get to actually choose, like Unity or the up-and-coming Godot. It's because of this that I've been considering making games in another engine, and losing thousands of hours I've been working in Unreal. Until I came up with an idea. Hi, my name is Dylan Scott Muttersbach. I'm majoring in game programming, game design, and what I'll mainly be talking about today, game art and animation. This is Ground Up. Now, Ground Up may not look like much right now, but this is where the magic happens. First, I'd like to introduce one of the foundational keys of making a game look 2D or stylized, the pixelator filter. With this filter, we can take everything put on screen and simply divide it. Using this function, we can specifically divide by the user's own inputted resolution. This way, the pixels stay square. And with all the parameters being public, all post-processing materials instances make the materials extremely easy to apply to the camera and adjust in every way possible. One main issue with this style of pixelation is that it's simply putting a filter over the camera. This style of shader works with coloring, but not completely with pixelation. However, in some cases where the user would like 3D assets to look like their actual sprites, we need to do some magic. Thanks to a YouTuber that goes by Lord Kevip, I now have the code and processes that makes this all possible. Kevip found that by taking an orthographic perspective, taking a snapshot of it, putting this out into a widget, dividing it into a grid, and then moving our main camera along this grid, we can achieve making everything look like it's a sprite that was made in a 2D engine. With this, we no longer have to render out 3D characters into 2D images and then disable the lighting to achieve this effect, an effect used in games such as Dead Cells, where the character is secretly 3D. It is subtle, but by pressing P, we can see how this grid is created and smooths out how all objects look in the scene. With Kevip's permission, I'm now using the Smooth Pixel Perfect camera to aid my shaders in achieving this 2D stylized effect. I even added several resolutions to his model to give users more variety when creating their game, and I even have a tutorial on my channel, DS February, for how to make your own. Now that we have a base to work off of, or even if we're not using the pixel shader, we can now start using the scene color to our advantage. By applying the color shaders instance to the post process, we now have control over color depth, hue shift, saturation, and also color tinting. Here are some examples of combinations we can do with just this shader. This next shader works extremely well with every other shader I've worked on, the cloud shader. This time, we instead apply the shader directly to a directional light instead of a post-process. For these cloud shaders, I have a more realistic cloud, a more stylized simple cloud, a cloud that I like to say looks like a lava lamp, an underwater cloud, and even an example to make your own. And of course, all these are completely adjustable to your own liking. Now, a cell shader is commonly used in games looking to make an anime shader, or even just flatten the color of the image to make it seem more like it's drawn or hand-colored. In Ground Up, we have a 2-tone, a 4-tone, an 8-tone, and ironically the most useful for 2D graphics, the 1-tone solid color shader. Some other examples of what's included in Ground Up is the dithering shader, the outline shader, the negative outline shader, completely based off of what current color the object is, and finally the painting shader, that displaces all objects based on a texture that you yourself can choose. Now that I've shown you what you're working with, here's what you can do. Here are a few of the thousands of possibilities currently available in Ground Up, with many more shaders to come. Here are even a few test levels I made of some of my favorite stylized games, by trying to recreate at least the shading they use inside of my own project. Later, I plan on adding vignettes, foliage presets, more types of outlines including colored outlines, more painted shaders, more types of pixelators, more dithering shaders, and so much more. Ground Up is a collection of shaders, materials, light functions, templates, and more that each work in tandem with one another to craft a style that caters to any game developer looking to escape the Unreal feel. Ground Up dabbles in pixelation filters, stylized dithering, cell shading, color depth, outlines, and even a painting shader that each serve to aid in game development by at least giving developers a place to begin their journey. Ground Up doesn't remove the need for talented artists either. It simply gives them a head start on their game art quest. Ground Up is my way of giving artists, designers, and programmers in Unreal the chance I didn't have when starting out. Now you may be wondering when this is all available, and after a lot of work and finalizing, Ground Up is available as of right now on the Unreal Engine's new marketplace, Fab, and will continue to receive updates at least once a month from this day forward. That's all for today. Thank you so much.
Oh, Dylan, excellent job. Great presentation. Professor Portillo.
Dylan, you got in the as a store.
I did it.
Yeah.
It was a real big pain.
Yeah, I kind of had to Steve before our last conversation, but I'm glad you got it in there. So I've been a huge fan of this project since its inception. So it to me. A lot of things that I was kind of concerned about was I think you wanted to do like 12 or some shaders to begin with. And as you guys say, you're doing too much, bro, right?
Yeah.
So we had to kind of like, lower the scale of that down. And I think you got to 6 at the total, right?
Mhm.
That are available now. There's also a lot of things that you were going through in terms of trials and tribulations. Some of the stuff that was just a massive headache that just took like maybe one click of something unreal that could have solved, pain and agony down the road. I want you to kind of walk us through some of the things that you did to kind of experiment with these shaders. And then I'm gonna ask the second question after that.
Okay. So a lot of it was me looking at like a game that I like to play and how I can recreate those shaders. One of them is this project made by this YouTuber that goes by Tesslator. That was what I used for my prior art. They made a project in Godot that I liked so much, and I'm like, I need to make this in Unreal. I'm not gonna learn coding. I'm working on Unreal. I definitely prefer the visual scripting, and I'm sure a lot of people do too. So a lot of it was just, how do I take this thing that's built entirely somewhere else and put it into what I like working with? And a lot of like you're talking about those like one-click situations. Some of those weren't even like that. Like the cloud shaders working with the orthographic perspective, Unreal doesn't support that at all. It just doesn't work. So what you have to do is you have to simply take a perspective camera, take it, put it way over here, zoom it into maybe 0.5 FOV, and then fake orthographic, which is why sometimes the smooth pixel shader, every once in a while you see a pixel like just glitch a little bit. Because Unreal also doesn't support seeing light function from super far away, so you have to find that gray area. And a lot of this was working with that gray area. But I also really wanted to make a lot of stuff myself. So literally the only thing in this entire project that isn't made by me is the Smooth Pixel Perfect camera. And even then, I I like messed with it a lot. I basically made it my own. I reverse engineered it, of course, you know. But yeah, even everything you see there, even like the test levels I made, they're all available, and you get all the assets with the project.
Nice. So my second question is, I'm assuming the first wave of this is completely free to just developers that want to kind of get into working with shaders or whatnot. The second wave, are you kind of considering maybe putting a price tag on that? That way you can stop working all the 8 jobs that you have. Make some money on
There
this.
was a price on that.
There is a
Oh, there's
price tag on it,
yeah.
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 So because I obviously want like, you know, who doesn't want to make money?
Yeah, right. Of course.
I actually think I might change it to free for a limited time, have it be something free that people can check out before it gets traction, and then change the price tag. But for now, I just put it up for $5 just for standard pricing. But I definitely consider it to add a lot more. In fact, like everything that I added is a lot more than I thought I was going to, even though it was like just the 6, or I think it's actually like 8 total now. There's like 8 different versions of the same one you can get, like the cell shader, where it's the 2-tone, 4-tone, 8-tone, and then the solid color. I originally just wanted to do one cell shader. So like a lot of it's split up a lot more. So there's a lot more in it. You know, a lot that I can't show especially, but yeah, right now it's $5.
Cool. Thanks for doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Person Margaret.
All right, it's nice to see you in person, right?
once,
You never
yeah.
come to my class in person. It's always online. What's up? No,
Long drive.
You're fine. I get it. So, first of all, awesome work, even though George is trying to take credit for what you did. Awesome. I'm going to buy it at the $5. I'm gonna go do that after this is over.
I'll give you a code.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then after that, I just like to say, I'm teaching materials, shaders, and lighting class next semester. You can just come in and teach for me if you prefer. I'd love to see that. But no, I mean, I might actually just buy it and show it off, say, hey, a UAT student made this as an example of a shader and how it works. I mean, I'm just super impressed. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Professor Bellinger.
Have you got any feedback from the users?
Not yet. A lot of, because it basically just released 2 days ago. You can see in my video that that saying it was online, it was actually just the product like preview. So even though like available now, it just says preview of the product. It went live as of 2 days ago. I submitted it, I want to say, a few sleepless nights after I last talked to Portillo. And all the feedback has been from the Fab team. And there has been a lot. It has been sent to them and sent back, I want to say 8 times. But in every single time, it gets refined a little bit more. A little bit of the naming conventions are cleaned up, and they tested it in other versions. So this was just made for 5.3 because I know stuff's a little bit finicky with 5.5. But now the current working product is available for 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5, and anything going forward. So a lot of feedback, yeah. A lot of it was just a big red letter that said fail, but they did help me out a lot with it, and seems like
You made it through, so
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you.
And Ian, I just want to, Dylan, point out that the way in which you presented your narrative throughout the entire video was well articulated. It made sense. And I like the fact that you were able to describe something and then go back to the actual gameplay. So that way you can show the results of what you did when you were in engine. So I thought that was a very nice job.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Dylan?
I think it's cool that you made everything from scratch. I think that a lot of people take a lot of assets from other places and kind of make it their own. But when MT made it everything from scratch, which I think is really cool.
Definitely took a lot of inspiration, like the Fez scene and the web fishing scene were definitely ripped straight from the game in inspiration, but they were all made by hand in my own shape.
Inspiration needs to break through, you know?
Yeah.
Any other comments for Dylan? All right, thank you, Dylan. Well done. Next up, we have a game art and animation online student, Emily Karate, with As It Was Yesterday.
Imagine being handed a button that could instantly transport you to another world. Would you press it? Well, it seems impossible in real life. In the realm of video games, that leap can become a reality. And what if the key to solving puzzles and overcoming challenges wasn't confined to just one world, but instead relied on exploring an entirely different dimension? My name is Emily Karate, and I'm going to be talking about my SIP innovation, As It Was Yesterday. As It Was Yesterday is a single-level prototype video game that has 2D pixel art graphics and puzzle solving / platforming mechanics. In the game, you play as a young woman who's gone back to her childhood town, which has an entire forest area in it, where as she's navigating that forest, she comes across many different challenges, obstacles, and puzzles that are blocking her path. And what sort of sets this experience apart and makes it unique is the ability to navigate and solve puzzles across two distinct interconnected level layouts, which can be switched to at any point, switch back and forth at any point during the gameplay. So as a player, with the press of a button, you can switch from layout A into layout B. And the cool thing is that both of these layouts have their own unique art, their own unique interactables and objects. And so that really gives the player a chance to explore and see two entirely unique worlds. And these overlapping worlds also challenge the players to think outside the box, using creative puzzle-solving strategies in order to find new paths and new ways through the woods. And I've always been really passionate about solving puzzles, and so this mechanic that I made for my game was really designed to push my fellow puzzle enthusiasts to the next level. And I know a lot of us grew up playing games where you sort of progressed from one area to another to advance the game or to, continue the story and the journey. But in my game, the experience is a lot more dynamic in the sense that you can manually switch between these two interconnected layouts, which is very exciting. And it gives another level of control to you as the player because you're able to switch from layout A to layout B whenever you deem necessary. And to demonstrate here, I'm moving the character forward. You can see I run into an obstacle that isn't allowing me to continue. So rather than trying what have become sort of predictable solutions, like trying maybe a double jump or looking for some sort of interactable object near me, what I have to do is consider a solution beyond what is physically in front of me. So with the press of the F key, now I'm in an entirely new layout where I can continue to explore and hopefully find some sort of a solution. But as you can quickly see, these worlds are very much intertwined. So if these worlds are intertwined and there's a lot of similarities between the two of them, the question then becomes, what patterns are there between these two worlds? What objects could possibly be clues? Or if I pull a lever in layout A, would something happen in layout B? And that thought process and that sort of like extra level in critical thinking is what a player can expect to experience as they're playing as it was yesterday. So the solution to this puzzle comes from observing the color pattern in layout A, which you can see right here between these three flowers, and recognizing that these colors can also be observed in layout B. So when I'm in layout B, if I pull these three levers here, matching those colors that we saw in the flowers in layout A, suddenly, if I switch back to layout A, I'm allowed to continue forward. So with a mechanic like this, there's a whole new realm of possibilities open for storytelling and for gameplay, different from maybe a lot of games that we grew up playing or even some that we're playing now. And unlike a completely open world story where you're still following along a structured storytelling path, but the way the story can be told is really, really interesting because you can control the flow and the pacing a lot more than you would be able to in a completely open world video game. At the same time, what kind of makes this a little bit more different than your average side-scroller platformer type game is that the player themselves still has a lot of discovery and evaluation and experimentation to do completely on their own, which makes unraveling the story and progressing through the game feel a lot more rewarding because you had to, go a level beyond and think for yourself rather than being just going through it. Now, I want to challenge you to break free from linear thinking and explore the endless possibilities, both as a storyteller and as a player, of a game that operates beyond the limitations of just one single world, and instead sort of embraces that complexity of multiple realms. So, in the words of John Scully, the future belongs to those who see possibilities before they become obvious. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good one.
Right. Emily's an online student. Let's see, Emily, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, any comments for Emily? Professor Portillo.
Yeah, so I had a question, but I'll end with a comment here since Emily is not available. I've been a huge fan of the project, the way that she's been able to not only do the art side of things, but also understand a lot that goes into making it fun, incorporating all those puzzle features, the design aspect, and functionality out of it. And one thing I also want to kind of compliment her on is the way that she kind of put everything together and how she thoroughly explained how those puzzles work and how she used color or associated color with a lot of the puzzle features to kind of enhance the user experience, but also help them kind of progress to the level. Was really nicely kind of conveyed. So
Do you know what engine she used?
I want to say it's Construct.
Yeah. No, it was good. It was a good job. I mean, just like George said, I loved how you presented it, like the whole thing, and then you had your cam on in the corner the whole time, and it didn't look like you were making a bunch of cuts. Like I know at the end you had to cut or whatever, but for the most part, it was like you just said it without making any mistakes all the way through. I was just like super impressed.
And I think she emphasized the storytelling feature at the end, but throughout her entire video was storytelling.
Yeah.
So reinforced the message. Any other comments for Emily? All right, thank you very much, Emily.
From one guy. He had a comment before.
I'm sorry, what was the comment? Please, go ahead.
It's just like the step reminds me of a video game called Super Paper Mario. And in that, for the Wii specifically, in that feature, you can like switch between 2D and 3D world in order to navigate the game. So that's what it just reminded me of.
Okay. And is there popularity with that switch? Is that very common?
No, not from what I've seen.
Okay, all right.
I did like that.
There's a lot of games that do different types of switches. We even saw it with another student, Daniel, before as well, with a kind of a switch between the worlds thing. But as far as the ability to create all that stuff on your own, not just, remember, this is an art SIP, right? So we're doing art plus design on top of the fact. It's like multi-tiered, innovation.
Did you have a comment?
I had a question, but I was going to ask, would it be like different that if when you changed like dimensions, I guess you could say, in one like dimension, and you changed it into another, would you change position as well, or would you maintain your position? So that was a question I had.
It looked like you were maintaining the position of where the person was in that same level.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have another game art and animation online student, Nathan Henry, with Frame by Frame Animation.
The video game industry surrounds an entertainment medium which ultimately strives on the creativity of all artists. Drawings and paintings, sound design and music, 3D animation, and even programming are all the works of the artists that are a necessity in building upon the medium as a whole. As technology has advanced over the years, so too has the fidelity of these works. In the modern age, where the fidelity of games has more or less blended into one another, however, in the race for photorealism, what if we return to the clever experimentation of graphics of the early 2000s? What if we strive for less costly developments of modern video games, while also maintaining unique, innovative, and attractive art styles? My name is Nathan Henry, and this is my frame-by-frame texture animation project put together in Unreal Engine 5. Essentially, the frame-by-frame texture animation is a stop-motion style of sorts, using few hand-drawn textures to play in a sequence, and therefore create an animation at a low frame rate. It uses the flipbook sprite feature of Unreal Engine, which is primarily designed and utilized first and foremost for two-dimensional games. But here I've instead applied it to a three-dimensional environment in a first-person perspective. Now, the environment is a bit small, but it serves as a set piece to demonstrate the many different texture animations in action. These include several environmental aspects, such as the raindrops hitting hard surfaces, such as the road and the rooftops, the water running down off the rooftops, leaves in the trees and the grass blowing in the wind, and the clouds shifting in the sky. In addition to these, I applied a cel shading post-processing effect in order to enhance the shadows cast by these animations. And the most apparent one is the shadows cast by the leaves in the trees. So even though the road itself is not an animated texture, the shadows of the leaves creates essentially the same effect, but in a more dynamic way, which can be seen here. The shading of the post-processing effect is essentially two-tone, which when combined with the hand-drawn textures that I've made here, evokes a sort of comic book appearance. So, although all of this is demonstrated in first person, this form of art style can realistically be applied to any form of three-dimensional game. All in all, it is stylized and very easy to render and process. And I'll do a quick showcase of the environment here. All of this, again, is to demonstrate the possibilities of unique, innovative art styles that could be utilized in modern games to create a balance in high-fidelity works and highly stylized works. The gaming industry is, again, an art industry, and in order to reach success in the field, it is essential to push boundaries and surprise audiences. However, when modern works are all created under the efforts of reaching a singular goal, in this case photorealism, innovation essentially stagnates. On the contrary, when all are created under the efforts of pushing towards a goal of their own unique perspective, they're capable of inspiring others to follow suit and do the same, ultimately leading to a diverse collection of works. Thank you.
Nathan is an online student. Let's see, Nathan, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, comments for Nathan.
With Dylan and Nathan's shaders combined, we get
One more for the fight force.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it could be really good with put an outline on a lot of those, and then it would be very, very nice and stylized. It seemed like it would be straight out of a comic book.
George made that comment during the video. He leans over to me, goes, "Oh, what if he was using Dylan shaders?" Thought that was
Amplified art styles.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. No, the only thing I would say is just a slight critique. Put a particle system of rain coming down to help sell it. Because at first, I mean, I knew what you were trying to do, but it just looked a little off that, like, water's coming down, or, the ripple on the ground, but we don't actually see the rain itself. You just got it's a very small thing, just get a particle system in there, and I think it would really help sell it.
Any other comments? All righty, Nathan, thank you. All right, next up, we have another online student, game programming, Dakota Thatcher with Enhanced Modular Generation.
What happens when something becomes too complex? For example, a game of chess. There are only 20 possibilities in the first move, but at only 10 moves in, there are almost 70 trillion possibilities. But it's not like we're memorizing every board permutation. We're more inclined to remember the key features of the board, like what pieces are being defended, attacked, pinned, and where your pieces can move. But eventually, you or the other player is going to make a mistake. You'll forget about a piece, overlook a move, or even leave a piece hanging. I want you to think about what happened last time something became too complex in one of your projects.
Hi, I'm Dakota Thatcher. I'm a technical artist,
and sometimes things get pretty complicated in the world of technical art. This video isn't about chess, that was just an example of complexity. This video is about geometry nodes, a node-based scripting language that uses math and data to create stunning visual effects in Blender. Blender is a 3D art software used for game development and film. A geometry node system takes an input mesh and some input parameters, and it outputs a new mesh. In game development, we use geometry nodes to mass produce environmental assets. Things like buildings, bridges, rocks, trees. But there's one problem. What if we want to add a new feature to this building? It should be easy. All we need to do is alter the node graph. Oh no. This graph is unwieldy and bloated because each feature the building needs to support adds more complexity. Only God knows how this works now. Our gut instinct is to just organize better. And you should. But that doesn't solve the root issue. We're still bound to end up with a giant bloated system as it needs to support more and more features. We need to separate the system into smaller, self-contained subsystems. Blender does allow us to stack the geometry nodes one after another, where the previous output will become the input to the next system, but this only passes the mesh data. The mesh could be anything for all we know. To get our systems to interface with each other, we need more information. This is where my technique comes in. So we store custom name data directly inside the mesh. That named data is then retrieved by the next geometry nodes object and used to drive calculations. We've essentially created an interface for our systems to conform to. Here, I composed a bridge using this technique. It all starts with a foundation, which exports an interface. In our case, 8 anchor points storing position data. Then we make a new geometry nodes object that attaches to these anchor points. The attachments themselves can also export interfaces for other attachments. Some systems attach themselves to 2 objects. Here is what one of my attachment subsystems looks like. And if I wasn't using this technique, I would have one giant system that has to support all of these features. This technique also has other benefits aside from just simplicity. Since the bridge is modular, we can easily make changes without even stepping foot in the trenches. And best of all, the attached systems respond to upstream changes. So we can have as many attachments as we want, or as many as my computer can handle. Also, we aren't limited by just position data. In theory, we can pass any custom data, including splines. During my journey, I looked into several procedural generation tools, and so far none of them explicitly support this workflow. If a procedural generation tool supports the passing of custom data between procedural objects, then it would support this workflow. I call this specification enhanced modular generation. It allows technical artists to compose more intelligent procedural generation systems with modular parts. This modularity will improve the versatility, end-user control, reusability, simplicity, as well as the scalability of the workflow. This has been enhanced modular generation. When things get too complex, rethink your approach and simplify. Thank you for watching.
Let's see if Dakota is joining us via Zoom. Dakota, are you joining us via Zoom? All right, comments for Dakota.
I have so many questions.
Like, where are you?
Yeah. Professor Portillo here, man. Exceptional job working in, for everyone to kind of understand how 3D modular construction works. I'm assuming it is only built in Blender. So get to work and make it for Maximaya, so we can start using that in the classroom. But one of my questions, I'll reach out to Malenko. I'm just curious to see how this works with transition segments. He was able to showcase how it works with just, your main, segment with the bridge or whatnot. I'm also impressed that actually works with curves as well. But how would that work? Like, and now you create, a transition segment or kind of like the four-way crossroads. I'm just kind of curious to see if that would actually work, in terms of what you presented here. But great stuff.
Let's wait for an answer.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Yes, Aiden.
When he said going into the trenches, I completely understood. I've tried to get my hands dirty in Blender, and it is always going into the trenches. So
Okay.
that sounds really exciting.
It's a process.
All righty, Dakota, thank you. All right, next up we have an online game programming major, Nicholas Bonifiglio with Level Animation.
Have you ever wanted to create something digitally and just didn't know how, or maybe you were too intimidated? What about a feature in a game or movie that you could bring a scene to life? How about maybe moving some flying cars through a futuristic city? That's where Level Animator comes in. You can bring any scene to life with just a few clicks by dropping in my plugin within your Unreal Engine project. Level Animator is a data-driven tool that can bring any actor into motion along a specific path. It takes Epic Games' latest approach of using data assets driven from a single actor to control multiple actors within a level. This approach is using a singleton pattern, but will eventually be extended to multiple managers within a level. This plugin gives hobbyists and developers a tool that will speed up the process of animating actors along specific paths within their project. The plugin is currently only available for Unreal Engine 5. Level Animator can be downloaded from my current GitHub page. On my GitHub page, there is a README that will walk you through just in case you don't open the showcase level. That way, when you download the plugin, you'll have access to all the documentation. To get the latest release, you'll click on Releases on the right, and it will provide you with a compiled or source code version. Level Animator is currently an open source project and is free to use in any commercial capacity. The plugin provides users with a detailed showcase level that will walk them through how to set up and use Level Animator. Within the level, there are a few examples that they can use as a guide for spawning other objects along that path with that specific actor, and different types of splines to use, such as closed loop or any sort of linear path. Level Animator is able to animate hundreds of actors without any performance loss. Currently, I've tested it up to 200 actors, and in this level, there's about 180 actors moving along those splines without seeing any loss in draw time or frames. Over the first half of the semester, I was able to take the alpha version of Level Animator and apply it to a Perimeter 82 project. Within this project, the goal was to move multiple actors within multiple scenes and levels. Level Animator was able to achieve this with loading and unloading itself seamlessly. This allowed me to move these actors and change camera positions around these actors while moving on multiple different paths and jumping between different paths. Without Level Animator in this project, I would have spent tens and tens of hours programming and creating something that would have been less performant and less desirable for the client. The power of Level Animator is the ability to be able to instance that data through the Level Actor Manager. The Level Actor Manager is responsible for communicating to all actors within the level via their components. To set up an actor, you just need to drop in the component, and that will power the Level Manager and the data that you set within there. For designers, there's been a few exposed blueprint functions that allow them to call and customize how they want to set up any specific actor and functionality. Level Animator also gives you the ability based on that instance data asset to call a specific index of actor and perform any action that you wish to customly program into that actor. As seen in the demo, here's a simple plane that is flying over a village using Unreal Engine's marketplace of free assets to where it will drop a few bombs, and then the bombs will call and spawn some particle effects. Creating something new should never be an intimidating feat. Bringing something to life in a video game can be a very frustrating feat when you're comparing it to something that you have envisioned in your head. With tools like Level Animator, that vision can now be a breeze and help you see it through. I challenge you to go out there and create something you've always had an idea for. Let Level Animator be a top consideration whenever you need to move actors throughout your level. Thank you.
Let's see if Nicholas is joining us via Zoom. Nicholas, are you there? All right, any comments for Nicholas? Professor Margaret.
Good job, Nick. It's been a while. Since we've talked, you've always kind of really pushed the edge of things. I think this might be one of those projects where sometimes we were going to look at it and go, what's going on here? It's a very optimization, heavy thing about, allowing for, better gameplay, more complex things to happen in the game, but then getting better gameplay out as a result because of the savings of frame rate issues and other stuff like that. It's kind of what he's showing off there. And very similar to what we were seeing with Dakota. Dakota's more like the creation portion of optimization and simplifying things, where Nick is doing the more real-time optimization with the animation stuff and reducing frames. So it's all about, cleaning things up, simplifying things, optimizing things, which when it comes to video games, optimization is key, because you can create an awesome game, but all these systems working together bog the system down. The game runs like a slideshow, right? It looks like it's barely getting anything. And so optimization is super important, especially at the end. And so I just wanted to give that shout out. And Nick is he didn't show his little README section, but he's probably got a really good tutorial there, because he's helped me. I'll give Nick a shout out. He's helped me where he's helped, figure out some things for classes, and he's created tutorials that I actually stuck in class, right? Gave Nick all the credit, put it in there and stuck it in there. So he's been a good teacher as well. So I just want to give him a shout out.
That's awesome. Dr. Yin.
Yeah, just kind of adding on to that. That's one of the great things about this project is, I've seen it, I've looked through it already. He's included a lot of documentation and how to use it. Makes it really easy to use, easy to understand. And that's something that's very powerful. It's not just the product itself, it's something that people can use. Right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, because you have a thing that exists, but if nobody knows how to use it, right? So he creates that accessibility as well. He's good at that.
Paying it forward for sure.
Yeah.
Whenever I look at a project like this and I see objects moving throughout a plane in real time due to all the different scripting that is required for it, it makes me wonder, when can it be just objects? It could also be if you wanted to, you could have it so that it's set to move the arm of a character as well in real time as well. So you can make it so keyframe animation of a character could be much more optimized with a system like this.
Thank you for sharing. All righty, thank you, Nicholas. All right, next up we have a game programming major, Aiden Davidson with TileMap++.
Unreal Engine's Paper 2D system was last updated almost 3 years ago. That was in the Unreal Engine 4.27 update, which came out in August of 2021. We are currently in the year 2024, almost 2025, on Unreal Engine 5.5, and this very important system for 2D support has not been updated. And including the fact that it hasn't been updated, we also have very minimal features to support 2D systems in Unreal. Paper 2D has only 4 or so components to it in the Unreal Engine, that being animated sprites, sprites themselves, tile maps, which are what are used to make 2D levels, and tile sets, which is what you tell the tile map to do. And the tile map itself is pretty lackluster, only having 3 options. You have paint, erase, and fill. the tile map system leaves a lot to be desired, and it has been seemingly abandoned by Unreal developers. That's where I wanted to step in and fix that problem. I am Abe Davidson, and this is the Unreal Engine TileMap++ project. Now, what does this project do? This project was made in Unreal utilizing C++ to combine a reference image plus a table of values and keys, think of it as a reference table, and a tile set, all that can be made in Photoshop or Paint or any other photo editing software. Run that through my project and my code through a one-button process after populating all the information, edit it, and then you get an output tile map to utilize in your game. When the tile map comes out, it has all the collision, all the layering, all the sprites with very little time put into it. Rather than taking multiple hours to paint up everything, it comes out in seconds. So, here's my demonstration. Right here I am showcasing in the engine the utilization of the project. By filling out the table in engine with the information you can see on the right, we have our colors, which are simple RGB values, which are made of the red, the green, and the blue. And then we combine that with a reference tile. This is what we'll place in each point in the project. So if the program comes across a red tile, it'll replace that with the tile that corresponds to red. And then it will also take in a layer value, which decides what layer it'll be on. In tile maps, layers are just the order of which they go into the background or the foreground. And with that, our project will output a desired result. So as you can see here, we are populating all of our information into our tile map. And then we are going to hit read texture. What this does is this runs our code in the editor and outputs a tile map. That tile map can then be utilized in your levels. It can be edited, it can be regenerated if necessary, and it can be duplicated as needed. And as you can see, it matches our reference picture and our table and our tile set and makes something completely new out of it in the span of about a minute. Our project can also read in from cameras. So we can take an image from a camera and we can apply some effects to it. We can add some post-processing, and we can receive an image of the map in 2D. This comes with all the collision, all the color, all the layers, and we can make a 2D map from 3D objects. This can be used to create pseudo 3D effects, and this can also be used to generate collision from decals or from lighting, allowing for a lot of creative applications. And it works from any angle and generates our image based on what it sees. Now, why is this important? Unreal has a major problem with Paper 2D. A lot of people move over to other engines, such as Unity, to utilize their more efficient 2D functions. And because of that, people may not be using the preferred engine that they'd want to use because they have to switch for the better features. My tool not only saves time in creating these 2D tile maps, but it also lets you use what you prefer. It's rather important that you use what you want to use and not what you have to use. If someone is more efficient in the Unreal Engine, but can't make 2D projects, they'll move to Unity because they have to. So, my project targets those who feel that Unreal Engine is their preferred engine but couldn't make the 2D projects they want, and just for game developers as a whole to increase the efficiency of 2D development in the Unreal Engine. There is a market for improving Paper 2D on Unreal. This includes Paper ZD, a project which adds animation and skeletal animations for sprites to be fully implemented into Unreal, and 2D Lighting Occlusion Shadows, which provides lighting in 2D. This is to assist in the lacking features of Paper 2D. So mine will be right next to them in assisting 2D development. With Unreal Engine's current Paper 2D system and my TileMap++ project brought together, we can decide to use Unreal Engine or Unity for our projects, not versus. Instead of using what you need to use, you can use what you want to use. Thank you.
Any questions for Aiden? Professor Markwood.
I don't have questions per se, but I do have, a comment and very similar. So Dylan even pointed out too, right? The idea of doing something 2D in Unreal, like you're a very brave person to go into that realm and fix it. But to Dabzuri's point, right, initially about what is a SIP could be, combining things. It could be something completely new. It could also be fixing something that's broken. And you're totally right. Nobody uses Unreal to do 2D. But now between you and Dylan, maybe they're going to want to, right? Because that's awesome.
And I want to make it easy for myself and anyone else who wants to, because I don't want to have to switch. I've got so many projects so close to being done, so many projects that are done too, but they're 2D. So I'm like, do I have to remake things from the ground up, or can I just make things better for myself and others,
It's very, very smart. Are you going to be like Dylan and put it up on Fab?
That's the plan. Yeah.
All right, make it happen.
Any other comments, questions? Professor Portillo.
So comment, when I see these game programming pitches or projects kind of come to life here, it's always, I pretend to know what's kind of going on, but I'm a game artist.
I don't even pretend.
I'm like, it's completely boring to me. But the way that you present and articulated your process, explaining every step that you went through and how it functions, I just want to compliment you on that. You definitely watered it down for a game artist, so to speak. And it's an awesome tool. And yeah, to echo what Professor Markwood said, get this in the asset store, man. Definitely get it in there as soon as you can. This is definitely something I would want to use as well in Unreal, because I'm the same way. Like, I love using Unreal, but when it comes to Duty, I completely neglect it. I go straight to Construct. I don't even use Unity. I go straight into Construct. So to have that featured in Unreal and be able to kind of play with it, you can even bring that to some of our classes, to be honest. So good stuff, man.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Aiden. That concludes the game art, game design, and game programming and virtual reality group of students presenters. Now we're moving on to robotics and embedded systems and digital maker and fabrication. Next up, we have an online robotics student, Vincent Roland with BiddleBots.
Hey kids, you bored? Tired of looking at your boring pop figure shelf? Introducing BiddleBots, the super rad road rumblers ready for action. Equipped with max-powered motors designed to tear up the competition. Use your super magnet to collide into the enemy's weak point for mass destruction. You have not seen speed like this before. BiddleBot, massive power. Pre-order your BiddleBot eventually.
All right, well, I hope you managed to find a way to enjoy the little advertisement I put together, but I would like to formally introduce myself and my project. Hello, I'm Vincent Randall, and welcome to my SIP project, BiddleBots. I'm going to go ahead and go over the design philosophy, what exactly BiddleBots is, and explaining what exactly or why anybody should care about this project here. It's similar to a lot of RF cars or a lot of RF toys you would see on the market. It's supposed to be kind of a callback to the height of RF back when Radio Shacks were still around. And you could get a lot of these little hobbyist cars, and this was like kind of a big toy. You still see them, but I feel like going back to the classics is kind of what called me to make this. Based very loosely on the BattleBots TV show, where in order to KO the enemy car or enemy robot, you had to destroy it. This is a more cost-effective version where instead each car has a little magnet on the front. You get 2 cars, and the goal is to drive into the enemy's weak point or magnet sensor or reed switch, and that would KO the car, making you the victor. You can see the KO system right here. Get the little magnet. As soon as it touches the enemy's sensor, you can see the LED turns on, indicating that the car has been KO'd. Now, nothing on the controller is going to work until you reset it. You can see motors are not turning on, nothing's working until you hit the reset button on the remote. The LED turns off, and that indicates that you're ready for another round. So, when everything's put together and the ball bearing's actually on, you get a full car, and you're able to drive around. It's actually a little surprisingly faster than I thought it would be. But I'd like to give a lot of that thanks to the geniuses over in the Makers Lab and my SMEs, who were able to recommend the perfect parts to get, make everything look really nice, and the motor controller that managed to work great, which leads me directly into the versions. There was 2 very big stretches with this project. There was the motor controller, which took a long time to try to find what exactly worked. Figuring out how that worked, that's not something I've ever tested before. So that required a bit of help, and powering the thing. It is a little bit weird to have 8 AA's, but until you start messing with lithium batteries and I can get a very pretty looking final product, 8 AA batteries is enough to do the job and get everything powered. So that's where these 2 very big versions came from. Getting the motor controller, and then from there, everything came together really quick in one day. I'm so lucky I didn't run into that many issues, other than just trying to supply power, which little 5-volt thing for prototyping, that didn't work. That wasn't going to cut it. And getting that power supply, making the prototype, and having a small panic attack with the magnet sensor, but it's good. Thankfully, Tinkercad came to the rescue. You could see that I've done a lot of work in Tinkercad. A lot of it was already done in classes, but a lot of testing was able to reproduce something that worked great, and this is also where I pioneered the code for it. This was kind of a culmination of a lot of different classes, which leads me into shout outs to UAT and the amazing professors that I've had over the years here. All the way from the basic processor design, that kind of helped me understand just a little bit about electronics, realize that I love putting this together, and it kind of calls to like my inner child in making toys. Internet of Things and introduction to microcontrollers, that kind of taught me that I can work with the Arduino code environment and get all this stuff together, and coding all that in C, which was surprisingly not that hard to pick up. I managed to make a project that I am very proud of, and I am so happy with my growth here. And with the Student Innovation Project, this has been a real chance for me to realize just how kind of far I've come from somebody who was not able to code before entering these classes, before entering any of these classes. Yeah. So I hope that you've enjoyed my project. I certainly enjoyed working on it. And yeah, be sure to pre-order your BiddleBot eventually.
Let's see if Ty is joining us via Zoom. Ty, are you there? All right. I'm sorry, it looks like Vincent is not there. Alrighty, any comments for Vincent on BiddleBots? Professor Markwood.
Yeah, so it looks fun to play. It's like Demolition Derby in real life, with those things. But are the explosions included? That's why there was a lot of really cool explosions. I don't know, but actually, the academic me loves the fact that you went back we talked about the classes that you took at UAT that helped you to get here. There's something about this, yeah, again, the academic, man, I love that. I know nothing about this stuff. I just think it looks awesome. So good job.
Professor Prager.
So actually, the death is silent. When you hit the read switch, it all shuts down.
Yeah, it's just barrel.
So yeah, so it's kind of like an explosion in space.
Nice.
You
Nice.
you don't
A real
feel
explosion.
anything.
Yeah.
Comment?
I am a little curious as to how durable the cars really are, because he did say that like he found the workaround to use the sensor for that. But if they're still driving around and run into each other, durability might be.
At the speed he was shocked by.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need like a tough exterior to make that thing work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why we went to printed circuit boards in our robot competition class, because the breadboards just don't survive.
Yeah.
Professor Murray?
Yeah, I'd really like to see the next step, coming in and using the vacuum former to create a body so that we can make it look a little bit more finished, adding some paint.
And then make it fly.
Yeah.
You know, when it shuts off in air, you're really gonna get breakage.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Comment?
I can't wait to see this advertisement on television.
Yeah, there you go.
Pre-order.
Pre-order, available eventually. Any other comments for Vincent? All right, thank you, Vincent. All right, next up, we have another online robotics student, Ty Murphy, with automation training model.
Imagine being in the middle of a production run when a robot cell suddenly stops. Everything halts, productivity plummets, and nobody knows why. In this scenario, usually the engineer gets called down to look at the equipment, and this takes time. Time that production definitely would like to be running components. Hello, my name is Ty Murphy, and today I'm presenting a solution to this problem. A tool that takes FANUC robotic fault codes, automatically finds the corresponding issue in the manual, and delivers an easy to understand solution. It's all about helping maintenance and engineering teams quickly to resolve the issue, even with limited training after the installation. This solution addresses a common challenge in automated manufacturing. When robots are installed, minimal training often leaves teams struggling to decipher fault codes. Instead of spending hours flipping through the manuals, the AI-based system takes the fault codes as an input and provides a solution within seconds. This provides the opportunity for decreased amounts of downtime. For example, if the fault displayed is SVR0231, the system will take the input and give a solution. And here is demonstration. And with that, the solution is the alarm appears to be a break in the channel 124 volt system. And then it gives a solution on what to do and what button operations to get that to reset, assuming there isn't any other issue on the system. The system is also designed to take user input if the solution is not in the database, but they would like it to be. Often most of the issues happen during the debugging phase of the machine install. This allows experts on the system to record scenarios that might have only been seen when the development of the system took place. For example, I know from experience when using dual check safety on a FANUC system that during setup that you'll get a SVR0408 DCS SSO external emergency fault during the setup of the safety outputs. And this primarily occurs when the external safety equipment hasn't been set up yet. And it's usually unlikely that this would occur during normal operations, but it can. And if that's the case, you want to get feedback pretty quickly on the system. That way you don't have to wait for somebody to come down to either explain it to you or fix it for you. Here's an example of the input function. And there it is. There are currently 2 revisions to this project, The first pictured on the left being my first functional prototype, and the second is pictured on the right being the final product that includes the user input. Currently, the second revision is set up to add customized information about a specific piece of machinery, but for this, the focus was just on the robotics side. The plan is to pick one of the dispensing robotic processes at work and add information about the pneumatic, hydraulic, and foam systems, since that seems to be a lot of the problem that we're having right now. So picture that halted production line again, and only now with the automation training tool. You know the issue and you know how to fix it immediately, which means less downtime and increased productivity. I have thoroughly enjoyed this project and all the research that took place with it, and I really enjoyed working with all the maintenance guys that used the system and gave me the feedback for it. And I've got a little outro video for you that was taken using the input function of the system. So here you go. Hope everybody has a good day. See ya.
All right, Ty, are you available online? All right, comments for Ty. Professor Prater.
So stuff like this always happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. So any excuse not to wake up the engineer who's sleeping is a good thing. So any way we can do that, that makes life a lot easier. Documentation is huge. It always is. The one question I would have had if he was online was what is the AI portion? He mentions it being AI. I just don't know what is AI in his system.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the ECU, thing that mechanics plug into to figure out what your car's problem is. But looking at the codes, it looks like that for your robotic machines and so on. So obviously that's if that stuff doesn't exist, that's a huge gap. Put it in there, and then showing, of course, that you can then manually add things if you have issues or you've solved an issue. So for anybody in the future getting the same error, you can put that documentation in. And then over time, a company, they'll have their own, big document as users figure out things. And because sometimes what happens is you get somebody who knows what they're doing to fix a problem, then they leave, they go to work somewhere else, and there was no documentation made.
Right.
And if they have something like that, they can put in the information, and then when they leave, that stuff's still there for somebody to use. So
yes,
if they want to leave it there.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Comment.
Something like this seems like it would benefit a lot from like an online cloud or something that they would upload information to, so that it could be, because I'm sure Fennec isn't like the only kind of robotics systems used on assembly lines and mechanics and stuff like that. So like an option to be able to like upload solutions to a cloud or something that people could pull from. That way that it could be used for not just Fennec, but a whole bunch of different machine systems.
They call it Reddit.
Yeah, it's Reddit.
Wow. That's a good point.
All right, thank you, Ty. So right now we are ahead of schedule. Right now we're going to take a break until 2:20. That resumes the game design, game art, game programming section along with robotics and digital maker. But please, I want to remind everyone that throughout today's presentations, we have a Socrative link, so that way you can vote for SIP Viewers Choice Award, which will be announced this Friday, our semester award ceremony. So please make sure that you watch the remainder of our presentations. So please come back at 2:20 from your break, and then we will continue with network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. Thank
you. He never.
Megan's ready to start.
Okay.
She has a guard on Thursday.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
All righty, everyone. Welcome back to the Fall 2024 Student Innovation Project Showcase. For those of you joining us online, thank you for all of your comments that you've been sharing. Before we continue with the remainder of our program, I'd like to remind everyone again of the SIP Viewer's Choice Award. If you would like to scan the QR code and watch the remainder of the presentations, we still have cyber, ACS, AI to present, and then you can vote for your favorite. So now that we have concluded the robotics and digital maker and fabrication, we're going to continue with network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. Next up, we have Diego Garcia, a double major in network security and network engineering with Project Chartlight.
Welcome everyone, I'm Diego Garcia and this is my project Chartlight. Chartlight is a project productivity software designed for security and users with attention deficit. As I began working on SIP, I had many ideas. Some of them went in extreme directions, from keyboard modifiers to 3D printed attachments. I had to write them down over and over and over again and cover my desktop in sticky notes. These notes served as reminders of what I should be doing and served as a physical blockade between me and almost any distraction on my desktop device. Sometimes I would move them to the sides and margins of my screen to physically block out some of the brightness of my device as well, which was coming from my homework when I did get to working. This is where I was inspired. Being a network security specialist, I knew there would be some way to integrate this concept onto my device and make it useful to myself as a student. I knew it shouldn't be invasive and run a constant scan that would be a concern to privacy, ethics, and potentially even costly, especially for large enterprise-style workplaces. I knew that concepts like least access were effective and among my personal favorites when it came to securing my on-screen time, but like I said, this would be too invasive. Instead, I thought, what if instead of removing power from a user, I gave them a tool to be accountable? A tool to work together and get all their work done. By concentrating, or as the kids say, locking in, distractions such as streaming, cleaning out old emails, quote unquote, or other risk eliciting behaviors could be avoided. Phishing is mitigated and mysterious links on strange sites need not be visited. And how, you may ask? With a concept I call most focus, which brings me to how Chartlight works. Chartlight has a user and admin in, which allows for body doubling, a form of peer-to-peer parallel working effective for those with autism, ADHD, and numerous other demographics. On the user end, a to-do list is presented, as well as a scoreboard and timer. These tools rest, remind, and reward our user. The to-do list can be modified with many different styles and be updated as needed. For me, it took on the form of the steps I needed to make Chartlight. Timer was used to schedule breaks, which can be important as some attention deficit disorders may leave users in a rut. A set time, which dedicates when these users should work, can be motivational as well. In other instances, it may remind them when to eat and perform other necessary tasks when they're on a roll and may forget how much time has passed. For the purposes of this demonstration, the timer goes down from 5 seconds all the way to 1 to indicate success. The scoreboard could be used as a visual cue aside from the list itself. By having multiple Chartlight users, competition can be encouraged for further productivity. Shout out to Jensen, our current champion who worked alongside me. On the administrator end, these functions can be controlled. As Chartlight expands more and more, functions can be developed. So I'm eager to meet you all soon and hear your feedback. On the lower box, we have a section foretelling some features to come, such as improved gamification and art for those interested. I personally value this, as the more focused a user is, the more secure Chartlight becomes. Within the leftmost functions box, we find two main buttons: Focus Forward, which pushes our handy user side to the front of the screen, and Focus Frequently, which runs this command on a loop. Within our middle box, we have our timer function and some buttons to showcase our future expansion. As demonstrated here, the device does work remotely as well, which is a prime focus and goal for Chartlight. I see this project accessible in many workplaces used broadly on campus, whether it be common areas like the theater or UAT's commons, or even classrooms after school where clubs like to hang out. Lastly, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to Omar Al-Hajibani and Jensen Serrell, my friends and peers who worked alongside me. And thank you to my professors and SMEs as well, who dedicated themselves to teaching me and making this project a reality. For anybody interested in a downloadable copy, come talk to me and I'll be sure to update you with my contacts and website. Thank you for your time and enjoy the following sips. Any questions?
Good job, Diego. Questions for Diego? Professor
One
Rodriguez.
comment. This has been a lot of fun watching you build this. When we started making the concept up for it and how you decided to go about it, we had so many struggles that it's hard to kind of explain. When we started talking about interfacing with the operating system, making sure that we're turning things on and off, making the system interactive enough so people are interested in it, which was fantastic. As we started developing and you came up with the boards, the leaderboard things, and I was like, that's a game changer because for everybody in here, having one number higher than the person next to you generally means something. So by putting that feature in there, I feel like you took that to a whole nother level. I feel like people are actually going to take it seriously and it's going to work. I think it was a great project. Fantastic.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And don't discredit yourself, you really did help with that.
Yeah, so just to piggyback on that, first, is that a business card that you?
No, it's the downloadable copy. If anybody wants to get it right now, I could pass it down, have USB for anybody interested, so.
Oh, that's
I love
awesome.
that. Yeah, so,
Market
ready?
ready?
Yep.
Market ready?
Yeah, great work overall. Love the presentation. One of the things that we were talking about before, or during the break was the challenge that many of our cyber students have in regards to presenting the technical elements of their projects. And I think you did a bang up job. So overall, congratulations.
Professor Bellinger.
We've spent some quality time together criticizing work, and I'm kind of curious to see how that responsiveness on your part filtered in. And also, were you able to get some good constructive feedback from testing and from your partners?
Yeah, I actually got, I believe it was maybe 3 different, I don't know if you call them customers in this case, but people who test. Whether it be, I believe it was in the Commons or while I was actually programming it, they helped develop how it looks. They said that the mascot was cute, stuff like that. So whether it be just small user end or bigger things like the way the app functions itself, it kind of reflected something I mentioned in the project is least access, something kind of like an ATM restricts you from going to Google, let's say, and bringing that to like a home device.
So, so 2 questions then. So first of all, how does the timer work? Because is it, you know, you've got this much time to get the whole screen done, or is it this much time to get one task done or whatever? And the other thing, so you kind of brought it up. So can it take control and shut down applications? Is the second question.
Yes, when you close the admin side, it'll take it down for the rest of the users. Like I said, it can be used for clubs. And so you don't necessarily want that up all the time. That'll be a nightmare for IT. And then as for the timer itself, it can be adjusted, but it's more of a social tool. So it's, let's say we're doing some sort of activity together, we're working on production studio, we could set the timer to, let's say, an hour. And then, so we're all working for an hour, and then we agree all together that after the hour is done, we'll go have lunch, we'll come back, and then we can restart it.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? I
And
did
Jensen
have.
is here, so thank him too. He helped so much, you have no idea.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Nicholas Grant, Network Security Major with Thermal Power.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Grant, and today I'll be presenting my student-innovated project, Thermal Power. This project addresses the untapped potential of heat generated by cryptocurrency mining devices and turning that wasted heat into usable electricity. My project aims to help create crypto miners and data centers, reduce energy costs, and improve sustainability within the industry. Now, with the help of Ixtech, they were able to provide me the resources necessary to actually produce this project, so I want to give a special thanks to them. But without further ado, let's go to future me, who will help explain further what this project is really about. Thank you. Alrighty, so this is thermal power, so let's go into detail of what this does. So let's start from this bottom left right here. This is a temperature gauge. This simply just tells me how cold these heat sinks are. I stick one of the needles in there. This roughly gives me an idea of how my cold side is doing. This temperature gauge up here tells me how hot the air is coming out of it. So I get a rough idea of that, of how much heat is going to be captured, because this one right here tells me the temperature right here. So I get an idea of how much heat are we losing and how much heat is being trapped in those heat sinks in the inside. Speaking of these ones, this is effectively just hot glued with thermal paste, but idea is there's a heat sink, then a TEG, and another heat sink in the inside. The circuits for these TEGs are connected in series, so they're just daisy chained together. So a little bit, they're just kind of, I need a little bit from you and a little bit from you, if you get that idea. These nylon tubing is the water bath method is what I'm using to cool it down. Luckily enough, I live in a state that's cold enough, so right now the ice bucket is outside my house being pumped through my house into this heat sinks where they're just cooling it off with ice water. Here's my water pump that's making that all happen. So other than that, I have these two wires right here, my negative and my positive. This is connected to my voltmeter that tells me how much power I am generating. So let's go into detail of how TEGs are actually made. Alrighty, in the top left, as you can see that metal prod, that is the temperature gauge. In the white area right there, that is a dome cone. So all that hot air is going to be, the only way to go is through those heat sinks. So I'm maximizing as how hot I can actually get. But other than that, that is how the inside of my machine works. Let's go over some of my early stage images for my prototype. So these are some of the images. I used the 3D modeling tool with Shaper 3D as a tool I mainly used. This is where I also export the STL files that would be used in a Bamboo Lab 3D printer. So other than that, these are some of my early designs. Alright, let's go over how TEGs work and how they're made. Ideally in TEGs, there are these ceramic plates here. Inside of them there are metals. Usually they're semiconductive, and if you were to give this side hot, this side cold, you would generate electricity. That is known as the Seebeck method. That's the method I am using to generate power. Now, alternatively, these are also mainly used in refrigeration. So if you were to give this positive wire and this negative wire charge, this one side would get hot, one side would get cold. So let's turn on my device and see if we're generating any power. Alrighty, so let's look at how this works. This is a monitor that tells my wind speed, so I know the ambient air and I can control the air temperature. If you look up, this is my inline fan. This is the main method I'm using to cool off my miner. Speaking of my miner, let's go talk about that. This is the S9 first generation miner. This is the main thing that's going to be generating my heat. If you look to the left, as we continue to follow the airflow, there she is. As you can see, some of my air temperatures are changing, as that one's 84 and the bottom one there is 48. If we take a look onto the left where my voltmeter is, there we go. It is slowly climbing, generating power. If you look at my phone right there, that tells me the temperature of the miner, so I can maintain protective of that S9 as I'm generating power. So let's just quietly take a look at this. Hello everybody, hopefully past me did a well job explaining what this project is, thermal power. So if you have any questions about this project, just let me know. I'll answer as much as I can. This was a learning experience for the first. Learning how TEGs work and how they work with miners is a long and difficult road, but at least I was able to produce something. So thank you again for watching this showcase, and hope everyone has a better time and have a great day. So I want to say thank you. And this is my prototype.
Nicholas, are you joining us via Zoom?
Yes, I am here right here.
Hello, welcome. Great job on your project.
Thank you.
Comments for Nicholas. Professor Rodriguez.
Yeah, real quick. were you actually able to gather enough electricity to support what you were doing? Like, are we at a net positive there, or like how far off were you from achieving?
I was off by only 2 volts. The main thing I was issuing is when it came to my cooling method, instead of using, I wanted to use a butane refrigerating with copper pipes. So if you notice in it, I had a copper pipe right there. My original plan was to use that as it would be more efficient and it would generate theoretically more electricity as I would be able to get below 40 degrees because that's kind of like where my cold side was getting. So I could lower that further to generate more power. So I just kind of, for the prototype, I just did an ice water just so I can say, hey, I have a proof of concept. It's kind of getting there. I just need a little bit more power.
Yeah, and for the crypto miner, what was it doing at the time? Was it actually mining?
Correct. It was mining. I was using. Okay, so I was quantum mining as I forget the mining pool, but it was a shared pool that Xtech uses. I'm not too sure if it was Ethereum or with specific Bitcoin they were mining, but it was in fact mining. In the video, you would see my phone. It uses a Brains OS, which is the OS firmware system they use, so I can monitor how much of the chips are mining, what temperatures they are, and what's the hash rate. So you get the idea of how much power it's using, and then because of that power, how much is it going to be hashing to mine the crypto?
Professor Perrine.
Very impressive presentation and prototype you have there, Nicholas. I'm very, very impressed. My question is, this being mainly used for crypto mining, which is a really cool application.
So you broke up?
So with this being mainly for crypto mining, which I think is an awesome application, do you think you could even pivot this system to other computer science kind of applications? I'm thinking like server farms get so hot after some of that heat and generate electricity off of that too.
Yeah, I do. My original plan right now was just to see if we can use mining because a lot of uses with it because I've seen people use miners out in the West and the East just use to heat up your homes, right? So the other process was like, okay, people are trying to cool off machinery, especially in data centers where their servers are. Like they came out with the new non-conductive liquid that can just cool off machinery. So my idea was, okay, now we found a better method of cooling it. Now let's try to find that middle ground where, okay, how hot can we get it so it can be safe? And then how cold can it get or how we can like slowly cool it off? So I believe there is other methods. I do want to try to use that non-conductive liquid for a better method for cooling it so we can find that middle ground to generate power. So it is something I have thought about it.
Great job, great job.
Professor Prater.
So I worked with them on this. We always called them Peltier coolers, right? Is a Peltier cooler. And if we could collect the tears caused by people working with Peltier coolers, that we would not have a water concern here. It's just
yes.
They for him to get a voltage, a potential off this is fantastic. It is testament to his hard work. I've been on probably 8 or 9 Peltier cooler projects. At least half didn't work at all. And his was one of the best ones. Now, keep in mind, I got to be wet blanket too. It did show potential. It was 2 volts, but that's at no current. So it's not going to have a lot of watts to it. It's not going to have a lot of energy, but it is the start. Now, to be honest with you, there are better ways you can go than Peltier coolers. Peltier coolers, like I said, they're difficult to work with. They've been on the verge of being ready for prime time for like 10 years, 15 years, and they haven't been able to get them to work. But I can say that his hard work shines through with this because when he first brought it up, I'm like, it's not going to work. You can do it. It's not going to work. He got voltage out of it. He got potential. So it's a fantastic job. And And what he's gonna do, he's gonna say, yeah, we can try to adapt to this or adapt to that. No, I'm getting into the future me. He's gonna change the system and go and kiss Peltier coolers goodbye and go to some other heat harvesting system to use the heat in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Dr. Begoli?
Wait, start. So, typically, we like to advocate for cyber students to do cyber projects. But the work and effort that you put into this project definitely highlights your passion for what you're trying to do. And really, there's nothing I'm more passionate about than cyber students proving robotic professors wrong. So,
I'm really wrong.
You said it wasn't
You
gonna
said
work.
it couldn't be
Oh,
done.
yeah. I didn't say it couldn't be done. I just know that most of my projects don't work with them.
So great work on that. Thanks.
And Nicholas,
Thank you,
also, thank you for all of the progress updates during our stand-ups in class. I think that holds students accountable for how far they'd like to go and manage scope. So I appreciate your updates on a weekly basis. Well done.
It's, at the end of the day, you have to take it week by week. So it's just how I thought about it. Keep focusing on it. You'll get a result. As long as I got the result I wanted, I'm happy with it,
There was one more question. Now that you are generating power, what are your future plans for storage and usage for the power?
So for right now, I was thinking of using so I'm generating power. So I was thinking I would make a battery or just do battery. So it's kind of like I'm doing like a waterfall effect. So I'm generating power, storing it, and then when it is going to be used, like Professor Schrader was saying, like on a current, then I could test, okay, the amperage, so I can get like an idea of like, all right, let's say I put an LED bulb to it, right? See, does it turn on? Cool. Let me try something a little bit more powerful, but like having it being stored in a battery. So then it's kind of like a better converter, a DC to DC converter in my eyes. So I'm trying to like work out that so I can like, okay, maybe I can store power at least. So, hey, we got something going on, but I'm still working on a method to fully like power something, because that's my idea is I want to at least power a small thing that 5 volts and 2.5 amps or 1.5 amps is my end goal.
All right, thank you very much for answering our questions, Nicholas. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
All right.
To power the middle ball.
Next up, we have Braden Greenwald, network security major with SafeSpot.
SafeSpot, a secure mobile hotspot geared towards military personnel and mobile operations. The military most commonly uses SATCOMs, which rely on satellites to transmit and receive data, enabling communication over long distances where usual infrastructure like Wi-Fi or fiber optics may not be available. However, the vulnerabilities in SATCOM systems, such as unencrypted links and exploitable design flaws, can make them susceptible to interception or hacking. This is where SafeSpot comes in. SafeSpot is a lightweight, secure network router. It comes with a VPN, a firewall, and WPA3 protection included. SafeSpot runs on a Raspberry Pi 4 with 8 GB of RAM, keeping it fast and reliable. The 6Fab 4G cellular modem kit gives it strong and steady mobile internet. A 10,000 mAh battery powers SafeSpot for 7 hours as tested. It also has a 2.4 GHz antenna for one of 2 channels. A 256 GB microSD card provides more than enough storage, and everything is protected by a compact 3D printed shell that makes it easy to carry and use on the go, unlike a SATCOM that uses heavy antennas for signal. SafeSpot uses North American NordVPN servers. To demonstrate the VPN, it is turned off here at first, and the curl command gives the IP address 44.216.145.125 without the VPN. Then it is turned on, and the same command is ran. We can see that it gives the device the different IP address of 45.86.210.140. This results in a hidden public address. This mobile hotspot is equipped with 2 channels that can each support up to 5 devices. a 2.4 gigahertz, and of course a 5 gigahertz option. If you look at the graphical interface, you can see the different interfaces that SafeSpot has active. This window will also show you if a device is connected to any of the interfaces, along with the signal strength and MAC address to that device. Both channels work flawlessly and have WPA3 passcode protection, which offers stronger encryption. OpenWRT comes standard with a customizable firewall. As you can see in the bottom right, this computer is connected to SafeSpot's 5 GHz channel, and the firewall is configured to only provide internet connection when the VPN is active. In other words, SafeSpot will not provide internet if the VPN is disabled or not working. You can see here that when the VPN is enabled, we are able to pull up the web page, but when it is turned off, the site is unable to be reached. This ensures that your connection with SafeSpot is always encrypted and hidden. SafeSpot was designed for mobility. After being turned on, you can set the hotspot down and connect your devices. To demonstrate this, you can see here that it is being used at a park where there is no home Wi-Fi to connect to, and the data plan of the cell phone is disabled. We are using an iPhone, which connects to the 5 GHz channel and pulls up the web page. This highlights SafeSpot's ability to provide stable internet access in areas with limited connectivity, and its secure connection ensures that sensitive data remains protected, even in public environments. A real-world SafeSpot product might use satellite connectivity to provide coverage in remote areas. It could feature a longer battery life with solar panels for renewable energy. A lightweight metal shell would enhance durability while keeping the device compact. Private VPN servers and whitelisting would maintain secure communication and limit access to approved devices. And maybe even a built-in screen could offer an interface for managing and monitoring the network. Thank you for your time and watching.
Well done, Braden. Questions for Braden? Professor Rodriguez.
Okay, so that was fantastic. I felt like I was watching pitch for back when I was in the military. That was pretty spot on. That device, I'm not gonna lie, it would make such a big difference whenever we travel overseas, things like that. The limitations that we have on the devices, networks, what we talk about, what we can do is very limited by this. By adding this small device, I think it's a great idea. It's a great way to be able to move around and be able to actually use your services anywhere. For us, things like DEF CON, where we don't want to have any devices that are actually on, this provides an opportunity for us to use it. So this mobility, I really like that you have future plans, solar powered, run by satellite. Those are fantastic ideas. I mean, we'll see where it goes. That's great work.
Brandon, do you have a version of it with you here?
I did not bring it with me.
I do want to point out that your SMEs and cyber are both veterans, and that's incredibly important for a specific project like this, where Professor Rodriguez noted that this would be something that he would realistically see being pitched to him in any of his groups, and Dr. Pagodi as well. So I think that's fantastic. All right, questions, Professor Bellinger?
Yeah, that's a very simple, elegant design. I'm curious, and I know cue military jokes here, but why hasn't the military or whatever organization, why hasn't one of them actually come up with something similar? Like, what did you find in your research for prior art? What's out there that's even close to this?
Yeah, so the SATCOMs, they usually use the satellite connection because there's no cellular towers or any kind of internet out there. But they don't have much security to them. So that's kind of where the VPN comes in, and where my future, or like what could be added, said that there could be private VPN servers. The military would have to fund that. I'm assuming that'd be because of cost, probably more expensive.
Professor Prater?
So you talked about adding this display. you probably don't need a display, right? Because you can run it in headless mode on anything, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think that a display is really necessary, because whatever you're attaching to it, you can just do a headless on that. The other question, so you said the battery life was 7 hours. Is that with the cellular tower active or the cellular connective active? Because that could be a big draw on
Yeah.
power.
So I turned it on at 100%. I set a time or like a stopwatch. And I let it run, and it lasted about 7 hours.
Okay, did you do any communication while it was doing it, like a testing loop or something, to have it communicate out and in?
I had 2 devices connected to it, one to each channel. They weren't doing much.
I mean, though, yeah, because the big thing will be when it talks to the cell tower. So to really to set up like a real world use, you might want to have it go ping ping a website every 5 seconds or 10 seconds, so that because the internal thing, the Wi-Fi part isn't going to suck a lot of power. It's when it wants to reach out to those to the cellular network, then it's going to suck power. But 7 hours is great. So 7 will probably be the max, and then you'll probably get down to like 5 if you ping out at every 10 seconds or 20 seconds. But who knows?
Good point, yeah.
Yeah.
Diego?
I was curious if you add a weight to it. You said it was pretty lightweight. How much is the overall thing?
I didn't weigh it. It's definitely around a pound, not even. So
Lightweight.
felt light in my hands.
All right, thank you, Brayden. All right, next up, we have an online network security major, Isaiah Torres with Harvester.
When it comes to your organization, where would a hacker attack first? Have you ever wondered how much of your network is available online? Now it's easier to find out than ever. My name is Isaiah Torres, and I created a program that makes it easy for people to use the famous recon tool called the Harvester. In cybersecurity, the information that is openly available is called open source intelligence. People can use open source intelligence as a form of recon to find out as much as they can about a person or a company. This is typically the starting point for attackers as they map out their targets and find out and gather as much information about them as possible. The Harvester uses open source intelligence to scrape together information about a web domain. This information can include host names, interesting websites, IP addresses, and emails. To use the Harvester, one would normally need to know how to use Python and a command line. That is, until I created the Harvester GUI. The idea behind this program is to make it easy for people to use the Harvester along with a few additional features. This recon tool can be used by businesses to see how much of their network is exposed. It can be used by cybersecurity professionals who wish to use a sleeker program with intuitive reporting features. This program is meant to be used by anyone who wishes to view their network exposure and create better awareness. The creator of the Harvester himself, Christian Mortarella, told me that a graphical version of his tool is long overdue. Never has it been easier to map out your network and see how much of it is exposed. With this new interface, it opens up more avenues for newer features such as reporting templates, graphical representation of data, and running multiple campaigns at once. So, let me demonstrate the prototype for my program so far. Here's the design that we're going out with, a dark, modern type of design. This is how you specify a target. Simply put in a domain name, and then you can use an IP address too, and then make sure you select what sources you want the scan to run with. A lot of these sources, these open source intelligent resources require API keys, but a lot of them don't. So we're just going to do a quick one with some of them that don't require API keys. Also, we have some advanced options. We can check for virtual hosts, see if we can identify any host name or IP addresses using virtualization. You can enable DNS server lookups, Also, my personal favorite is DNS brute forcing, which basically automatically queries the domain with certain prefixes and suffixes that are popular, such as VPN, login, admin, things that would be interesting to us as a security professional or a hacker. And then, yeah, we just run our target against it. On the right side, it's gonna dump the output as it comes along. After it queries all of these sources regarding this domain, it'll spit out anything that it finds regarding IP addresses, ASN numbers, host names, emails. It'll correspond host names with the IP address associated, as you'll see right now. So let's go back up to the top. So it found a lot of stuff, found a few ASNs, some interesting URLs. Let's see, admin at PepsiCo, or these look like these are admin portals at certain regions. And then secure admin partner. See, some of these might be interesting URLs to an attacker or a security professional. Let me scroll down some more. We will see labs.pepsico, the various IP addresses it found, and then there's going to be host names along with their IP addresses associated with it. Scroll down to the brute forcing. Let's see. Oh, it's not done yet. Oh, there we go. So it'll do things like, it'll just append like this prefix right here, webmail, and see if an IP address responds back to it. And if it does, that means it's an open system for that domain or company. So for instance, it just automatically attacked the DNS servers to see if this will come back with a result, and it did. So now we know this site exists. And the same thing for all these other brute forces that it ran. So yeah, this is how my project is looking so far. So why should you care? Well, it's our assets, data, and money that are at stake here. These are things that we want to protect, and in many cases are required legally to protect. This tool makes our lives easier by identifying the areas where we are exposed so we can understand how an attacker may come at us. Avoid getting hit with lawsuits or a big bill from recovering from cyber attacks. Use this tool and make the internet a safer place for your organization.
Isaiah is an online student. Isaiah, are you joining us via Zoom? Okay, any comments for Isaiah? Dr. Bergotti.
Hey, Isaiah, just a quick comment. So congratulations on the great presentation. Really loved the thoughtful display of context. And just for those in the room, an attacker will map out the attack surface of all of the things that you're kind of seeing on the side of the screen. And what Isaiah has done is he's put together an interface to make it possible for small business owners, homeowners like you and I, to be able to see exactly that information and understand where our vulnerabilities are. So kudos, great job.
Yeah, absolutely. When you start looking at the list of IP addresses, those are all of the attackable devices. He's going to research every one of them to see if we can start picking at it, finding out firmware. Now we're targeting specific aspects of that software so we can try to break into it. This is really good. I mean, I used to use Harvester to scrape websites for email addresses so they can have everybody from a company's email address. So things like that, that made it really nice. To see it like this, I've never had, it's always been CLI for me. So that's fantastic.
Any other comments? All right, thank you, Isaiah. Next up, we have Ramon Lopez, tech forensics student with Meta Insight.
How many of you have heard of the term metadata? Raise your hands if you know exactly what it is. Or maybe you have heard of it, but are not quite sure what it means. That is okay, because you are not alone. Metadata often works in the background of our digital lives, and its significance is often overlooked. Let me explain. Metadata is often called data about data. It's the information embedded within your files that describe your attributes. For example, when you take a photo, metadata can include details like the date and time it was taken, the camera used, and even the GPS location. While metadata can be helpful for organizing files or sharing them, it can also reveal sensitive information like where you were when a photo was taken, or personal details about a document you created. That is where digital safety concerns arise. Hi, my name is Ramon Lopez, and this brings me to my student innovation project, Meta Insight. Meta Insight is a program designed to make metadata accessible and understandable for everyone. Through this tool, you can learn about the data stored within your files, understand its implications, and take actions to protect your digital privacy. Let us explore how it works and why it's so important. Now that we know what metadata is and why it matters, let us talk about the problem. Metadata can reveal sensitive details about you without your knowledge. For example, someone could take a photo of you shared online, check its metadata, and learn where you were and when you took it. While tools to view or erase metadata exist, many of them are complicated, inaccessible, or too technical for the average user. This is where Meta Insight comes in. Meta Insight bridges the gap between technical complexity and user accessibility. It is designed for people of all technical backgrounds to easily learn about, manage, and secure their metadata. Meta Insight empowers users of all technical levels to examine their files and view metadata. Complete with explanations for easy understanding, it offers options to export metadata or create a metadata-free copy of a file, enhancing privacy. This project is innovative because it enables people with varying levels of technical skills to interact with their metadata, empowering individuals to enhance their cybersecurity by gaining insight into the contents of their machines. With Meta Insight, users can do the following: view the metadata of their files in a clear and simple way, learn what each metadata means, remove sensitive metadata with a single click to protect their privacy, and export metadata for analysis or record keeping. Why is this important? Meta Insight empowers you to take control of your digital footprint. By understanding metadata, you can make informed decisions about what you share online and how you protect your privacy. This tool is more than just a software. It is a step towards digital safety and awareness for everyone. Next, I'll show you how Meta Insight comes to life. From the brainstorming stage to its current development, let us take a look behind the scenes. Every innovation begins by standing on the shoulders of others, and Meta Insight was no different. I began by exploring prior art, including Metadata to Go and XF Meta. Metadata to Go inspired features like the drag and drop functionality and metadata export, supporting various file types. XF Meta highlighted the need for improvements, such as enabling users to save and process metadata, which became key goals for Meta Insight. These tools helped me shape Meta Insight by showing me what works well and what can be improved. Before coding Meta Insight, I created mockups to visualize the program's design and features. Using Google Drawings, I mapped out the layout, including the drag and drop feature, buttons, and the clean results display. These mockups helped me define program's user interface and the functionality. I also created mockups directly in the Replit environment, which allowed me to refine the technical workflow alongside the visual design. The combination of these tools ensured that I had a clear roadmap before diving into development. Once the mockups were complete, I began coding Meta Insight in Replit, which is an online integrated development environment. While I had some limitations, Replit provided a great starting point for prototyping. First, users could open files through the File Explorer page. While the drag and drop feature wasn't present in this environment, the core file upload mechanism worked smoothly. Secondly, Meta Insight could extract basic metadata, which included the file format and image dimensions. This early functionality gave me a foundation to build upon. As Meta Insight evolved, I transitioned from Replit to Visual Studio Code due to the Replit's project limitations, reduced free tier resources, and reliance on third-party servers. Visual Studio Code provided robust local resources, better library integration, and the scalability needed for advanced features. This shift enhanced Meta Insight's performance and prepared it for future development. Now, let us explore its current capabilities. Here is the latest build of Meta Insight. First, let us open a file using the File Explorer. As you can see, once the file is selected, Meta Insight immediately extracts its metadata and displays it here. Next, let us try the drag and drop feature. Simply drag a file into the window and Meta Insight processes it just like before. Here's the metadata for this new file. If you want to save this metadata for later, just click the export button. Meta Insight will generate a text document with all the metadata, ready for your records. Now, let us take things further by removing the metadata from this file. With just a few clicks, Meta Insight creates a copy of the file with its metadata wiped clean. Here is the file after the metadata has been removed. We have just explored Meta Insight, from its innovative features to its user-friendly design. I hope you have seen how it addresses real-world challenges in metadata management and privacy protection. Your digital privacy matters. Understanding and managing metadata is not just for tax experts. It is for everyone, and I encourage you to think about the metadata in your own files and take steps to protect your information. Thank you for taking the time today to learn about Meta Insight. My name is Ramon Lopez, and this was my Student Innovation Project.
Great job, Ramon. Question.
All right, well, let's start again. Yeah, so I really like this. Again, it's something that a lot of people don't think about. So for most of you post things on social media, and they have their own version of this tool that removes it automatically. You don't think about it. So for anybody who has to post or publish work or wants to put something online on their own website, that means all of that metadata for every image that you took, that you created, is still there. That means they can track your phone, where you made it, the location that you made it. So like if you made it at your house, now they have the GPS coordinates to your house that you posted on your website. So something like this is very useful, and it's something that a lot of people don't think about all the time. So it's really great to have. Go work.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with the development you did in terms of programming. I know that you're a tech forensic student, and it's always encouraging for me to see the foundation laid in software engineering.
First rating.
Oh, what language did you write it in?
So the Meta Insight was written in Python.
Okay. Okay, and did you like using Python? Have you used any other languages besides Python?
So personally, when I started Meta Insight, really Python was the only programming language I knew.
Okay.
But over time, I did start learning about Java, C++, and all that.
Yeah, because C++ is a pain
Ah,
versus Python. As far as compiling and stuff, Python is so much cleaner. You don't have to do CMake files
absolutely.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah. Python's a great choice, and to be honest with you, we're all kind of going in that direction.
Yeah.
Comment?
As someone that doesn't really indulge themselves much in social or cybersecurity, what exactly is metadata supposed to be for? What was the original point?
So really, the original point of it for metadata is just for the operating system.
I see.
Yeah, it's just for, I believe, it can just organize files, display them, just all that stuff.
I see. Okay.
Question?
Hi, I saw a GitHub link towards the end of the presentation.
Correct.
Is this an open source project?
Yes, it is.
All right, that's great. We'd like to see more open source projects.
Absolutely, yeah.
Dr. Pike.
So I removed the metadata from, I don't know, a Word document using your program.
Right.
Then I need to make edits to the Word document. I go and I save the Word document after I've made the edits. I open Word, et cetera, et cetera. Is the metadata back? Do I need to scrub it again at that point?
So really, I haven't tried that or seen anything about it. Right now, my program obviously just supports images, but I do believe that if you do remove the metadata off the file, most likely it might stay removed.
Professor Rodriguez?
Does work that?
No.
Yeah.
It will come back the second you open it up, and as soon as you open the file back up, it reloads itself so that the operating system can actually open the file again. So it repopulates a lot of the information. Not recovering the old stuff, it's adding new stuff in for that system at one time.
Are we talking specifically Office, or I mean, 'cause I don't think that. But we
More to follow.
If maybe you cropped the image and then you had to resave it.
It's going to save the new computer's information into the file.
But it won't save like GPS and stuff like that, because
that is actually
also accurate, right?
That
So I guess it really
it's on
depends on the
creation.
metadata.
Yeah, it's all relative. Each of the parameters is a relative thing. It's got its own functionality.
Exciting.
Cyber's great.
Hey, amazing, right? Learning so much already.
And again, most people don't necessarily worry too much about it until something happens where they are forced to care. So that's why we have students like you to watch out for us. So I appreciate it. Any other comments, questions? All right, thank you very much. Okay, next up, we have Brian Hogan, Network Engineering major with AI GPO Auditor.
Hello, my name is Ryan Hogan, and my project is the AI GPO Auditor.
AI GPO Auditor is a program that takes in group policy objects and uses AI to produce a detailed analysis of the configured policies, along with feedback and suggestions for changes based on industry best practices. It is written in Python and uses a couple of external dependencies, namely some modules for handling XML and PDF files, as well as the OpenAI API for sourcing the AI content. So let's quickly go over group policy. Group policy is a feature for Windows systems that allows admins to set permissions for systems and enforce rules for users. For any domain that has Windows clients, which will be most of them, system admins will have to concern themselves with group policy since it is integral to the security of the domain. Some example policies would be something like restricting access to the control panel so users can't make changes to a system, or creating specific password requirements for users to abide by. My innovation claim is that the utilization of AI in policy auditing allows system administrators to get specialized feedback on demand. On top of regular auditing, AI GPO Auditor can also be used as a learning tool for those that are seeking to fill a system admin role in the future and want to understand more about group policy. Now let's look at how the program works. There are two main parts to this project: the formatting of a given GPO report and the usage of the OpenAI API. GPO reports are created with a simple PowerShell command on a Windows server. The first issue we come across is that the GPO report has a lot of irrelevant information about the operating system, the user, and the domain itself. The only thing we want from the report is the information on the configured policies. After isolating these, it will look something like this. However, we're not done yet. The OpenAI API costs money to use, and it bills users based on the character length of content that's inputted and outputted with the API, including blank spaces. So, because we want to reduce the costs of using the API as much as possible, we must compress this GPO report even further by removing all of the spaces, indentations, and new lines, resulting in something like this. With all of the information on one line, the report is now ready to be sent to the AI. Once the report is sent to the AI, it will take a couple of seconds to generate a response where it performs a detailed analysis of the configured policies in the report. If a policy appears to be misconfigured, the AI will not only identify how it should be configured, but it will also provide context as to why the policy should be configured a certain way, or why it would be considered best practice. The AI's response will output to the command prompt, and it will also save to a PDF file that contains the date and time, the absolute path of the GPO report, and the AI's analysis. If multiple reports are submitted, they will be appended to the same PDF file for logging and ease of reference. Now, let's look at a quick demonstration. So, here are some GPOs that I have with a handful of policies configured. We'll open up the program over here. So what we'll need to do first is we'll need to generate a GPO report, which we can do using the program. All you need to do is give it the name of a group policy object on the server. So let's do this one. And this will automatically generate a report and put it in the same directory as the program, right there. So now that we have that, we can submit that to the AI. So we'll do this. There. Send that, wait a couple seconds for the response, and that's going to output to a PDF file for easy viewing. There's that. There's the PDF file. And here's the AI's analysis. We'll do that again with a second report, just to demonstrate how the logging works. So let's do this one. Right there, there's that report. Send that. There's a response. And this is what it'll look like. So this is the first report that we submitted. And then The second report is on a whole new page. Okay. That's it for my project. Thank you for watching.
Well done, Ryan. Questions for Ryan?
Yes. Is
Mr.
it, like,
Rodriguez.
fully operational right now, like the OpenAI is already up and running?
Yeah, so great job on the work and the challenges in regards to the message traffic between the local user and the AI. I know that that probably took some push pull in order to make work effectively at a cost that was effective. Really like this, not only for a one-off in terms of, I'm trying to set up my initial security settings for my group policies, but also as a surveillance tool. We recognize that malware can go into your systems and make alterations to those settings. So being able to run your script and then get updates on that, and the documentation piece also powerful. Yeah, so great feature set all around.
I'm not gonna lie, I spent hours going through that, and you just did something it would have took me a long time to do in 15 seconds-ish, so that's a huge power impact. I'm not gonna lie, like, this is, for system admins, this is our job every single day to go through this one task, to make sure that those are up to date, to make sure our systems are secure, and you just found an easier way to do it, and that's fantastic.
Any other comments, questions, Professor Prater?
So my question is, how correct is the AI? Because like I've used ChatGPT to summarize papers for me, and it's came up with stuff that is not in the paper, that it's added because papers ancillary to that paper use these techniques. So it's literally in a summary, it's came up with stuff that isn't there. So I get concerned whenever I use AI, because it could have stuff that isn't there, that it adds it. I mean, have you ever seen anything where it's added stuff that's not there or done something incorrect? And this could be a good attack vector for malware, where they attack the AI and bombard it with requests for something wrong, so that it says, okay, wrong is right. It's a weird thing. So yeah, so have you seen any of this or had concerns?
Yeah, so the API is different from like using it on the browser, because when you use ChatGPT on the browser, it just gives you whatever model that is available at that time. This one's currently using the 4.0 model, which is like the most up-to-date one.
You can select the model on the browser too. Yeah. You could use.
I think it's once you use enough of the 4.0, then it like puts you back on one.
Yeah, because it pays stuff. But
Right.
you
So
can
in all my
request it too.
Yeah, in all of my testing that I did with all the different policies, because there's like thousands of different policies and group policies out there, it was giving me good consistent responses.
Okay.
I think it's just because group policy has been around for such a long time that any data that I would have wanted to personally train on it, it just already knows.
Okay. And plus the report that it was printing out at the end, I mean, we have to review it, trust will verify everything. So we would have gone through it and looked at it anyway, so. But that documentation that it made at the end.
Is how this can be an effective tool,
Yeah.
because you'll have that review process.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Ryan. Well done. All right, so that concludes our network security, network engineering, and tech forensics group of students. Thank you very much for your presentation. And after seeing all of those presentations and hearing from our cyber professors, you not only take care of our physical wellness, but also digital safety. So you guys need capes. So thank you again for everything you do. All right, now we're moving on to advancing computer science, artificial intelligence, and human-computer interaction. We have two more presenters for the day. Next up, we have an ACS major, Jeremy Ertman with Pinterest.
Raise your hand if you've ever felt overwhelmed by managing your budget. But let's be honest, if you've ever said, where did all my money go this month? You're not alone. Nearly 40% of Americans struggle to stick to a budget. For most of us, budgeting feels more like a chore than a helpful tool. But what if managing your finances could feel fun? Hello, my name is Jeremy Ertman, and I'm excited to introduce you Finterest, a personal budgeting app designed to make budgeting not just easier but enjoyable. By blending financial planning with a gotcha-style system, Finterest gamifies budgeting, helping users feel accomplished and engaged while they save. Finterest is a website that integrates with Google Sheets to simplify your financial planning. I built it using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, ensuring a smooth, user-friendly experience. So if we go to expenses, we can see the Google Sheets integration. We'll hit food, the amount that we want to hit, let's just say 350. And today's date, which is 12/15/2024, we go ahead and add the expense. And you can see it'll integrate right here, food 350, 12/15/2024. So let's go ahead and go back into our next section that we're going to talk about. The Gotcha style system provides users with a way to spend their leftover money, turning saving into a fun, satisfying habit. So we have 10 to 30, 40 to 60, and 70 to 100. So let's go to 40 to 60. You can see food and adventure. Go ahead and click here. You can see yoga, or paintball, or escape room. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to our home for a bit. Finterest is a software solution designed for individuals who struggle with traditional budgeting methods. It's not just another budgeting app, it's a motivational tool that uses gaming mechanics to keep you on track. Think of it as a financial coach that helps you make every good decision. Unlike other budgeting tools that focus primarily on numbers and charts, Finterest incorporates gamification to keep users engaged by making saving fun. It addresses the emotional barrier that keep people from sticking to budget. It's more than a tool, it's a mindset shift. Finterest isn't just about tracking money. It's about achieving financial freedom while having fun. Whether you're saving for a dream vacation or paying off debt or trying to stop overspending, Finterest turns your goals into rewards you'll love working towards. So let's go ahead and go to tools, and we can see one of our tools here. And if you go ahead and hit food minus 100, because obviously you're spending money, you can see your balance is negative. But say you got a check this month as well, we can hit plus, let's say 1300, something like that. You can see your remaining balance is 1200, and if you refresh, it'll stay. Now if we go ahead and minus amount, you can see that it goes away. Now let's go to goal planner. You can see our budget is 4,000. Let's enter in food. Expense amount 350, let's say. Add expense. You can see it adds here with today's date. Let's add a few more. Books. 100. Add expense. Let's say drinks. Let's say 50 bucks. You can see that it'll add these expenses with the dates, and you can see a visualization down here. Food 350, drinks, and books. You can exit them out however you want. Or you can leave them there, and you can see that your food is your main portion. This one will also stay here until you go ahead and you clear expenses. So, and then here you can see our contact us page with each available link and our about us page. And then you can also see we have light and dark modes that will also stay until you change them back. And that's using local storage. Earlier I asked, how many of you struggle with budgeting? Imagine if that struggle turned into success and even enjoyment. Finterest gives you the tools to turn where did my money go into look how far I've come. So let's take the first step toward making budgeting not just a habit, but a hobby. Visit Finterest today and start building your financial future with a little fun along the way. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jeremy, I see you're joining us via Zoom.
Yes, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Well done. Questions or comments for Jeremy? Professor Hinton.
I like how you gamified something that a lot of people, including me, find really boring is the budget that you need to stay on. So that's a great idea and great execution of it.
Professor Payne.
It's been it's been awesome, Jeremy, to watch you build this over this course of the semester. And it looks really, really good. Especially the ability you have to take all this user input and visualize it, whether in these Excel kind of graphs or even the actual data visualization graphs. My question to you is, which one was the hardest kind of tool for you to program? Which one did you have the most trouble actually bringing to your website?
For me, probably the charts. Because I've been using Make for a while, which is formerly known as webhooks, to integrate into Google Sheets. So that one was pretty easy. And then the other expenses tool was pretty self-explanatory. So probably the charts.
Awesome, awesome. It looks great.
Thank you.
Professor
Do you have
Kareem?
any plans to maybe add some sort of import? So if you already had the data maybe from your bank, you wouldn't have to go and type all the information in.
Sorry, what? It's very hard to hear.
Do you have any plans for maybe adding an import so that if you had the data from your bank, you wouldn't have to type in all the information?
Yeah. I have a plan to make that, but due to time limits, obviously I couldn't do it right now. But yeah, in the future.
Yeah, that's a great point, Professor Caruso, because I think most people rely on those statements, whether they're digital, not so much print anymore, but it condenses all the information. So I think that would be something very wise, because when it's in their bank account and it affects their ability to purchase things, people will pay more attention. Any
Got
other
it.
comments or questions? Professor Prater.
So you mentioned using webhooks and Google Sheets. When you connected the webhook to a Google Sheet, did you use an intermediary like IFTTT, or did you make an API call, or how did you interact those two things together?
So it is called in a tab in HTML, and then it is all set up through Make. So you build the thing, and then the API connects it to the HTML, and then it gets the info.
Okay, so
It's kind of like an auth key you put in your HTML.
okay, but it uses Mink then? I didn't know if it was a standard API call. I know that IFTTTs you used a lot. That is like an intermediary to make it easier to connect your HTML file with the Google Sheets. So
Yeah.
say how you went about it.
Yeah, it uses Make, which was known as webhooks. I think Facebook bought them out or something like that. But you just add whatever you want. Like you can add it to go to Google Calendar, or you can add it so it sends you a message, push notifications, stuff like that. You just add the modules in, and then you build it, and then it'll give you a little thing to paste into your HTML file.
Yeah, webhooks is not like a company or it's like an HTML or something like that. It's a description of something, but probably that Mink or whatever is the intermediary.
Oh, my bad, not webhooks. It was known as Integromat. That's what it was.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much, Jeremy. Well done.
Thank you.
Our last presenter for the day is an online ACS student, Parker Hain with Oasis.
Trends show that the rate of people who are suffering from stress and anxiety is growing, and there's only so much that mental health services can do. This trend shows no sign of stopping, which is why I decided to create a new stress and anxiety relief desktop application called Oasis. Hi, my name is Parker Haney, and just like many people out there, I have a hard time dealing with stress and anxiety to the point where it has a large impact on my mood, the way in which I act, and how productive I am during the day. Personally, there have been many days where I'm sitting at my computer and there's a lot going on in my life that I'm stressed about, and I just try to get myself into the right mindset to get some work done, which is easier said than done. So for a long time, what I've done is throw on YouTube videos that were designed to decrease stress, Sometimes these videos would have a specific theme, the visuals and the audio would go along with that theme, and other times they would be pretty generic and just play some subliminal sound to help relax me. But no matter what type of video it was, it always helped me a lot and made me feel calmer and achieve a clearer mind with a sharper sense of focus. Eventually, after listening to these videos day after day while working, I came up with the idea of creating a desktop application that was capable of giving anyone the ability to create a similar stress relief experience on their own, and this application came to be known as Oasis. Oasis is a very special application because it allows anyone to customize and create their own stress and anxiety relief experience through the use of video, audio, and stress relief exercise guides. When using Oasis, you'll be able to choose from 20 different exercise guides that range from breathing exercises to seated exercises and even full body exercises, along with 15 distinct audio and video experiences that can all be combined interchangeably to create the stress relief experience that perfectly caters to you. With Oasis, you can choose to follow a resonant breathing exercise guide, listen to the sound of waves on the beach, and watch a video of cars passing over a bridge all at the same time. Or you can do any combination of those things together, because Oasis has a massive focus on giving the user as much freedom and flexibility as possible. The way that the application works is that you go to the first 3 separate tabs at the top of the window to select the different stress relief experience modifiers, like exercise, video, and audio. There are 3 different sub-tabs on the exercise tab in which you can choose what type of stress relief exercise guide that you want to follow. But if you don't want to pick an exercise guide, then you don't have to. From there, you can go to the video and audio tab and preview the different video and audio modifiers that are available to you by pressing the play button next to each selection button. If you want to stop previewing the video or audio that is currently being played, all you have to do is hit the stop button that is right next to the selection button. After selecting the video that you would like to play, the audio that you would like to listen to, and the stress relief exercise guide that you would like to follow, you can go to the Start tab. From this tab, you can either reset your selection of the different modifiers, or you can click on Start to launch your custom stress relief experience. Within a couple of seconds, the video and audio that you selected will start to play, and the exercise guide that you chose will appear as text at the bottom of the window. If you want to stop your custom stress relief experience and create a new one, all you have to do is hit the back button, which will bring you back to the start screen, where you can reset your modifier selections and create another unique stress relief experience that perfectly caters to you. This approach to stress relief already makes Oasis stand out among similar applications that have the same goal, but either don't have as many features or provide the same amount of freedom as Oasis does. The goal of Oasis, and the reason why I decided to take the application in this direction, is because I hope to provide a stress or anxiety relief experience to anyone out there, whether they be a student, working on some homework, a stay-at-home parent reading some emails, or a busy adult contributing to an important project at work. I seriously encourage everyone who has ever sought out music, videos, or forms of exercise during moments of high stress to try out Oasis, because I genuinely believe that it could change the way you live your life. My application Oasis will be able to help anyone take some weight off their shoulders and gain a clear state of mind in which stress and anxiety aren't the overwhelming forces at play. My name is Parker Haney. I am the developer of Oasis, and thank you for watching my presentation.
All right, let's see if Parker is joining us via Zoom. Parker, are you there? Okay, any comments for Parker? Professor Hinton.
I've got a comment. I really like how you thought this out. If it's an app for somebody that is severely stressing, or maybe is going through some anxiety, the user interface is so clear and simple, because they may not be thinking as clearly as they normally do, that it makes it something that they can use in that state of mind, so to speak. So great job on that user interface.
Professor Free.
I echo that the website looks awesome. I think it's a great idea, and anything to help relieve people of the anxiety and stress. My question, if he was here, would be, I wonder if he thought about collecting that user input and like the favorites of what that user has clicked on, and then even like recommending like a setup. So you know, as great as the UI is, you know, to have that option, just be, okay, I just want to click go and just show me what breathing
Or your
exercise.
friends chose this.
Or your friends show a little social page.
Yeah, yeah.
Professor Prater?
What I would like to see is a randomizer button, where you come in, you hit
Oh.
random, and then it chooses something for you.
Hmm.
And it's just a random number selection, so it could be a fire with crashing waves and a sit, you know, cross-legged or something.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, thank you, Parker. Okay, this concludes the Fall 2024 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Again, a friendly reminder to everyone that you are able to vote for viewer's choice upon seeing all of the presentations from this morning and this afternoon. So again, please do share your choice for viewer's choice. And again, thank you so much for all of the subject matter experts who have devoted all of their time and effort on their mentorship and guidance for each of these projects. I truly appreciate all of your effort and help me to conduct this event. And thank you to the students for all of your hard work as well. And I also want to send a big thank you to Derek Clark for helping to administer Zoom and make this event possible. So thank you, Derek, for all of your help. Any wise words for all of us?
Great job to the SMEs, great job to the students, everybody in the room and on Zoom. Let's give our hostess with the mostest, Professor Valenzuela, a great big hand. She puts a lot of time and effort into this. I see the dates and times of the files she uploads to me, and they are not during business hours. So we want to thank her for all the hard work that she does to make SIP better and better every single time we run it. So great job, and thank you guys for a wonderful set of presentations.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Faculty SMEs can meet in the stock in 10 minutes.
Yeah.